Hi, Arlene. Good morning, Arlene. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Today is Thursday, January 11th, almost a half of a month into our new year. Can you believe that? Yeah. Let me adjust my camera a little. I have lots to share today. I did Becky's paint on fabric prompt game yesterday. We're going to look at that. I have my Japanese borrow stitch to share, and I've got some happy mail. So I hope that you're off to a good day. Let me get over here onto my tablet so that I can welcome folks in. I'll show you where I'm at here on my slow stitch. What's happening in your world? Oh, it says connect to the internet. I guess I better. I still need to get a new charger for my tablet. Winter storm warning for Nebraska. Ooh, let's look at that. It said winter storm warning for Nebraska. Oh, I missed it. Well, I'll have to go in and find out. Now, where is that? Nope. Well, all right then, let's go to my channel. Oh, there it comes. It's coming up. I want to see what this winter storm warning is all about. Come on. It's searching for it. Winter storm warning, affected area, and we're right in it. Winter storm warning from 3 p.m. this afternoon to noon on Friday. Wind chill advisory remains in effect from midnight tonight to noon on Friday. Wind chill warning. So it's going to get cold. That's what my brother said yesterday. He went to town. And I said, can't you wait till tomorrow? He said, it's going to get cold. I said, well, you're going to have to go without me. Because I wanted to stay home and do Becky's, and I'll show that to you, her prompt game. So, yeah, it's going to get cold here. Let me get out of this and into my channel. My tablet over here is ultra slow. It said it's cold. Let's see, I want to go to my channel. To you. Go to you, Mary. And boy, they switched things around. Home shorts. Oh, here. I'm finding me. There I am. I've got 7 of you in here. Well, I'm just letting you know how cold it's going to get in Nebraska tonight. I was reading the weather report. Let's see. Becky's here. Becky's cooking. Arlene is here. Becky says good morning. Rhonda says good morning. Rhonda, I would like to talk to you a little bit more about that email you sent. That really kind of befuddles me. I hope that I wasn't too short with you on my reply because I appreciate you sharing information with me. But I'm a little bit, I'd like to know who that came from so that, I could get a better idea of what may be going on. Arlene says, hi, Becky. They're saying good morning to Rhonda. I did get your message, Rhonda. She says, Mary, did you get my message? I did get that, and I replied to it, but, I guess when I read it, I thought, what? This doesn't sound right. So, let's see. I guess I just need more information. They're saying good morning, good morning. Hi, Angela. Good morning, Angela. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Becky's cooking in the kitchen. They're saying good morning. Hi, Laura. There's Laura. Good morning, Laura. Vasquez, happy 2024 to you. Laura says she's making clusters, not chocolate. Oh, I'd rather have chocolate. I've been craving chocolate. I'm cutting down on my sweets, and boy, I'll tell you, it's hard. It's hard. Let's see. Hi, Laura. Hi, Rhonda. Do, 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 do. Really? Is that true? I would like to know. I would like to know exactly where in TOS they're getting that, Arlene. Yeah, maybe Dee Dee can help too. I can get to terms of service. You just have to Google YouTube TOS, and it should also be if you go out to a channel and then go to the YouTube homepage, they should have a link to TOS there. But I would like to know exactly, because that's just so contradictory, because there's always this like, comment, share, subscribe. And even YouTube says it: like, comment, share, subscribe. Now, I would like to know, maybe they're getting demonetized because of what they're promoting. See, that's it. I'm not, maybe, you have to follow YouTube guidelines on the content, but, or maybe they shared it too much. I don't know. I don't know the circumstances. It just does not sound like YouTube to demonetize videos because they're sharing links. That's just that just contradicts like, comment, share, subscribe. And if it happens to me, I'll try to find out what it doesn't sound. It sounds like I need more information about it before I get too worried about it. She said she was promoting other channels, but quote, what are the other channels? Did she say what channel they did, what channel they, what channel was she promoting? There's just, you kind of have to dig down in if she did not share what she was sharing. I'm sure that I don't even know who you're talking about. It may be somebody that's very legitimate, but that's just so contradictory to like, comment, share, subscribe, that YouTube has. It's almost a mantra on YouTube: like, comment, share, subscribe. And I haven't seen any chat about it in like the Creator Insider, which is the liaison between, it's a liaison channel between the people, between the content makers and YouTube itself. It's promoted by YouTube. So, and until I see something official, I'm not going to worry about it. It could be very legitimate. I have no idea, but it just doesn't sound, it sounds fishy that YouTube would do something like that. And if they are doing something like that, it really is fishy. So, and they even say to do shout outs. Yeah, that just doesn't sound like YouTube. There's something in there. I have to see specific examples of what they're sharing and where they're sharing it and how they're sharing it. There's something in there that's out of sync. And I appreciate it, Rhonda, because I do appreciate people letting me know. I think you're doing a very good thing by warning people. But I haven't heard anything official where YouTube is actually saying you cannot share other channels. That just does not sound like YouTube. So it either has to do with something that, you know, it has to do with something deeper than that. Don't forget the thumbs up. Thank you, Laura. Aw. Arlene says she's out of sync. She needs coffee. I had my coffee this morning. I woke up at 3:30. I set my alarm for 3:30 on the mornings that I have to get up. Well, barring all that, let's do some sharing of our artwork. Let's do some sharing of our artwork. What I've been stitching on I'm doing the basting stitch, and I have one more corner to complete, and then I can do the fun stuff. Now, I shared on my community tab a channel to K3N Clothtail. She's the one who inspired me to do this. I'm just loving her channel. I'm learning so much from her, and I love to hear her talk. But this is, and I'm going to use her term, Japanese Boro inspired. It's going to be a journal cover. I've already marked out where I'm going to cut out the journal, and I think I'll have room for some postcards. I made it bigger on purpose, but she did a wonderful video here recently. Her most recent video where she's sharing how she did the blanket stitch. You guys have to watch that. That is the most interesting interpretation of the blanket stitch that I've seen, and I might try some different stitches on here, all linear stitches. Now, the blanket stitch I do not think is in the category of linear stitch. I'd have to see what category it's in on pintails, but it would very much, you could very much do a blanket stitch on here. So the last time I shared that, we pinned together, I got it upside down here. We pinned this section together. So today I want to finish out pinning, and I am using little pokey straight pins. Becky says there's a reason safety pins are called safety pins. Oh, really? I don't have that many safety pins. I'm going to have to invest in safety pins. But I have this corner here to do. But I'm going to hold that for a minute because I want to share with you what I did as far as I got with Becky's prompts. And thank you, Arlene. Arlene, could I get you to share Becky's prompt video? Becky has her prompts on her community tab, and she did a Pick 10 paint on fabric yesterday. And if you share that, Becky, I'll pin it to the top. Here are the prompts as I wrote them down. Now, I was filming, but it took all night for that video to process. So I was going to share me actually doing what I did here. But I said, no, that's not going to work. I'll just share it in the morning. Thank you, Arlene. Let's see if I can pin this. Arlene, could I get you to do, oh wait, here it is. Let me pin it. There. That is, what I pinned is a link to Becky's prompt game where we painted on fabric. Now, Becky, I don't know if I think she's going to make a bag out of hers. On 2024, following K3CN, I thought she was going to do the Boro fabric as her 2024 journal. And that's what I was thinking. But she used it for something else. And I think I'm going to use mine for something else because I have something else in mind for it. So for my stitch journal that I'm doing with K3N Clothtails, she's doing a weekly video where she presents a page, and you can interpret it. And I'll tell you, if you're interested in slow stitching, you need to watch K3N Cloth Tales. She also started a Facebook group where people could share how they're doing the weekly pages. Oh, those pages that people are doing from all around the world and what they're showing out there, what they're sharing of their own work is just outstanding. The work that's going on in slow stitching in just this one area is just, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. The group is new, but I would say that it's pretty active. So what I'm going to do for my 2023 stitch journal is use what I created in Becky's, for the cover, what I created in Becky's pick 10 yesterday. And I'll share that with you. Let me get this off my desk. I got that word share this morning. So the prompts, and I'm going to show you the back first because you'll see prompt 1 on the back. Prompt 1 was splatter paint, and I used gold, and you can see the splatters in here. I don't know if you can see them. I can see them on the back. But, and this is the back. It's really, I really like it. I used that GAC, let's see, let me grab it here. I used an acrylic paint, but I used this GAC 900. It's a heat set fabric painting medium. And 100% acrylic medium modifies paints for softer hand and increased launderability on wearable fabrics. Must be heat set. So I need to heat set this. So I probably will iron this out later on today and heat set it, because all of this paint, now this is the back of my fabric, but that's what made it so thin to go through to the back. This is the front. And this fabric is a cotton fabric that I got at Walmart, and it has text on it. T-E-X-T, text on it. And I was going to work this on this side, but boy, let me tell you, I had to scoot along to follow Becky yesterday because she had her things at hand. She knew what she was going to do. I had to go, oh, now what am I going to use for this? And wait till I mix this up. And but I was able to follow her pretty good yesterday. Prompt 1 was splatter with paint. Prompt 2 was black dots. And you can see I have black, they're peeking out here, the little black dots on here. Prompt 3 was sponge with paint, and that's what all this maroon is. Now, I'm not so sure that I'm happy with this side, but that's where I started. And as I worked along, you can see I got a little bit, I didn't get as dense with it. But if I do another journal cover, you know, this could be something else up in there. And you can see I got a little bit more sparse with my sponging, which I like a lot better, and which Becky told you to sponge off your excess on your sponge. Prompt 4 was add lace. So I held that for later. I have this wide lace here. And that's what I'm going to add. Now I'm still deciding, but I'm going to wait till later I might add that now because, well, prompt 5 was add hearts. Now I'm not so hepped into hearts shape. I might add a different shape. Prompt 10 is to stitch circles. I think I might add some circles with fabric. So I'll have stitch circles in a way, and I'll have fabric circles. I might have stitching on my fabric circles. I like circles. I like ovals. But Becky's piece is just beautiful. It says Becky all over the place. You know, it's just, Becky has a very neat, precise style. and I really love what she did, but it's not me. So prompt 6 was add the buttons, and you don't want to do that until after you get it all stitched. So that's another hold. Prompt 7 was fabric scraps or clusters, and that's what I think that I'm going to add my circles. I'm going to kind of combine my prompt 5 and my prompt 7. So I'm going to make circles out of fabric scraps. Prompt 6 was add straight lines, and I used this ruler that I got at the thrift store. Yeah, I used that to make my lines. And I like some of these, how they go out like this. They kind of fan out like so. I like that area. And I tried to do that down here, but I was using up my paint and it didn't. This got in there. I might do my journal cover right down here at the bottom. We'll see how I do that. Prompt 9 was add your favorite color. And again, I kind of, I used the gold and I used the bottom of the paint bottle to make little circles here. And I think if I make circles out of my fabric, it'll, it will coordinate with the circles that are on here. And prompt 10 is to stitch circles. So I have some more work to do on this. And that's what we're going to work on next. But I want to share Happy Mail while I know Becky is in here. Arlene says, K3N's Facebook group. Thank you, Arlene. They're showing up for me. I see your links. This week's stitch is blanket stitch on K3N. Yeah. Laura says, I only know 4 stitches. I would rather use a sewing machine. Well, see, that's it. It's perfectly okay to use a sewing machine if that's what you're into. You do you, Laura. You do you. I'm enjoying the slow stitching, but I am using my machine when it's appropriate, when I want to. I'm kind of new to, well, I'm not completely new because I learned how to sew in high school, but I never really made my own clothes or anything. Becky's the one who sews her own clothes. So what I want to do before I even add my lace, let's get this off my desk so I don't. And I have some Happy Mail that I want to share, but I want to get to it. I'm not there yet. What I'm going to do is turn this upside down, and I'm going to draw my circles on the back, like I did on that Japanese burl when I drew out the book. And because I'm not going to wash this per se, I'm just going to use an ink pen to draw my circles with. I could use a black marker, but I'm just going to use my ink pen. And I think I'll make them about the size of this Play-Doh container. That's about the size to me. And I'm going to put them, my stitch circles, at various points in here. Now, I like to, as you can see, I like to do a lot when I do it. So I'll be stitching on this for a while. However, if you use the running stitch or the stem stitch, even the blanket stitch, that video that we're sharing from that K3N did this week, she did the most interesting interpretation of the blanket stitch. You'll just have to go watch it. I might do something like that in a couple of these, but for right now, I'm just going to draw circles on here. Let's see what else is going on. Hi, Sophia. Good morning, Sophia. It's good to see you. You're not the only one, only mod who said they can't see their link. YouTube is doing something. I might raise a question. I haven't seen any announcement from YouTube that they're not allowing links. And it would seem to me like they would announce something as important as that, because like, comment, share, subscribe. That bothers me. It kind of bothers me, Arlene. But until if it happens enough, it'll be another big YouTube apocalypse. It just doesn't seem right that YouTube is doing something like that. Now I'm clustering my circles there. Do I want to do that all the time? I don't think I do. But I like to do a lot, and I'll be stitching on this, but you would be surprised if you do a running stitch or even a stem stitch for the circles, for the outline, or you could fill it in with running stitches. You would be surprised how fast that goes. I was surprised how fast when I was doing that basting stitch, how fast. I guess I'm getting used to doing it. I had to alter a couple pieces that weren't quite meeting each other. But I'm going to do a lot of circles on here, and we'll see how this turns out. I like to cluster things. I mean, I like to put a lot on my... Yeah, I think I will. That's me. You do you. It looks like a lot of work, but as I said, you get sitting down doing that, watching TV or listening to a video or watching a movie, it goes pretty fast. I'm going to put this one off of the piece here. And I think Becky, after she finished hers, she hung it out to dry because it was wet. I just left mine on my desk. And she did a Instagram of it. Hi, Dar. Good morning, Dar. Sophia says, I think they're removing the ability to delete a comment unless you're on iPad, Arlene. Oh, YouTube is helpful that way. Grumble about it. If it ain't broke, why fix it? Yeah. Well, the ability to delete a comment, mods should have the ability to do that. What do we have mods for if they can't delete? I guess they could still put people in timeout and all of that, but well, let's grumble about it. If it becomes a big deal, you know that it'll get discussed real good. I'm not going to worry about it until the authorities come after me. Dara's here. How will you see them stitch? Yeah. Becky is asking, I think. Becky said she used a pencil. I could use a pencil, but I'm just going to use this. Graphite kind of smears on me. Well, this would smear too if it got wet, but the thread will cover this up. I'm not too worried about it if it does smear. First of all, it's on the back. Second of all, it will just add to the distress. And this, I think I'm going to use this fabric for my 2024 Cloth Tales journal, the cover on it, which I'm not going to use the Boral Stitch one. I'm having so much fun with the Japanese Boral fabric. Becky, what are you cooking out there in the kitchen? What are you cooking? I'm going to have to cook something. I've been avoiding making cookies, and my brother, we have a cake mix, a German chocolate sweet cake mix, and he's hinted he wants that. But I can't eat all that stuff anymore. So, and when I make it, he'll eat my cookies while they're hot. He likes them hot, and then the rest just sit there. So I have to watch what I eat now. I'm being very careful because I don't want, I'm afraid that, well, that I'm cutting down on my sugars, and I want my blood pressure to get lower, and cutting down on my salt. I've been eating a lot of brown rice and vegetables. Brown rice and veggies. And I don't know if you guys can see these circles while I'm doing this. I guess you can. My screen is still at 480 or 144 or whatever. Let me change that. Quality is at 144. Yeah, let's change that back up to 1080. And I'm still in top messages. Let's change that to all messages so I see everybody. What did Laura say? Arlene's giggling at her. What did Laura say? Do, 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 the machine. Huh. Oh, the ordinary people can't remove their own comments? Really? So if you say something and if it was an oops, you can't delete it? Like if I put in a number and I want to change it, you don't do that on Dee Dee's giveaways. She doesn't let you change your numbers. But when I join giveaways, now what I do for Dee Dee is I wait till the last minute to pick my number. If I join in Dee Dee's giveaways. Dee Dee has a lot of rules for her giveaways because she's got so many subscribers, and she's got the mods to help her out, but they have to hunt through all that stuff. But I figure, well, we'll just now I may not stitch all these circles. I don't know. I've got them clustered pretty deep. I may stitch, I don't know. But I like them deep, but that's a lot of circles, so I don't know if I'll stitch them all. I may pick and choose. I'm going to keep on keeping on here, and I may pick and choose what circles I actually choose to stitch. Let's kind of, and just because I clustered in there doesn't mean I have to cluster them down here, because I'm going to use this fabric in different ways. So this might end up being something completely different than what's down here. I think I'll sparse these out a little bit more down here. I kind of like some of them to overlap though. So let's get close on this one. Closer. Yeah, I think I like that doing. If I clustered them all up in here, I think down here I won't cluster as much. And that works, because this is a 20 by 30 piece of fabric, and I'm not going to use it all on one project. I think Becky is going to do, I think she said a bag. I don't know if she's going to do another rice bag. I'm not going to do a bag. I'm still working on the last bag that Becky did. That's because I got sidetracked. I found it the other day. I like what I did. I liked the prompts. We did this again, and Becky showed hers. I think she made a pencil case out of it. I think she showed it in her video yesterday. But I sure enjoyed doing this prompt game. So today I'm going to stitch circles. And I may not stitch all of these just because I'm drawing them. Some of these might be placement of where I put on the other side. I might mark it and cut fabric circles the same size. And I may have a stitch circle here and a fabric circle on the other side here. So it may be varied. Varied. V as in Victor. Varied. Not buried like you're going to bury it. Probably should be buried in the end. Hi, Brenda. Good morning, Brenda. Mina? Did Mina come in? Mina. Yes, you have a wrench. Mina is retracted. Brenda's retracted. What's going on? You're just testing to see if you can remove your own messages. As a mod, it's frustrating, Dar says, not to be able to remove my own post. Let's say I put in a wrong link and can't remove it. That's what happened to me on Tuesday. Really? Well, let me tell you, YouTube does a lot of crazy stuff. And if stuff like that does not go over well, they'll change their ways. They always have to do this crazy stuff. YouTube always has to do this crazy stuff, and there's a whole bunch of yow-yowing about it, and eventually it gets settled. That COPPA stuff, now that wasn't YouTube's doing. They were reacting to what that crazy man did at the federal government level, threatening YouTube and all of that. Well, I called him a crazy guy. That was a generic term. The whole issue, I think, of COPPA was crazy because kids shouldn't even be on YouTube unsupervised under 13. So it's really not YouTube's fault if the kids see videos they shouldn't be seeing because they're in the wrong place. Parents were complaining to the government, and the government on that COPPA deal, remember how crazy that was? That sent a lot of channels off of YouTube. People didn't want to deal with it. They were afraid they were going to get sued for $40,000. And it was a thing back then. I'll tell you who got me all up in arms, and that was Facebook. I got mad at Facebook for what they did to Arlene. Talk about not being able to share. And they didn't even tell me about it. They said, "Oh, we let the host of the area know when we delete something." Well, they didn't do that. I had to hear about it from Arlene. So I just, I said, I'm not putting up with this stuff, and I left. I didn't leave Facebook. I left. I demoted the group because it was too much for me to handle that and what I want to do in my own life, and I wasn't feeling that good, and I said, this is nuts. I'm leaving. Bye. Thank you all for coming. I'm going to put another circle. No, I think I'm getting clustery here again. I'm getting clustery again. But I guarantee you, if that comment thing, sharing thing becomes an issue, there'll be people that'll be discussed real good. I haven't been. I was in Becky's channel live yesterday, but I was working along with her. I wasn't chatting, so I don't know how it's affecting me. I haven't been out to a lot of streams. But that just seems so crazy to me because YouTube's mantra is like, comment, share, subscribe. Now it's clustering. Let's move it down. Well, I've done half of it. I like all these circles, but I probably will not stitch them all. I'll probably put fabric circles on the opposite side. Because I could do some larger circles over here. What would I use? Now, I got the bottom of my water jug, which is kind of a circle. But I don't know if I want them that big. I think I'll stick with what I'm doing. I think I'll stick with what I'm doing. And then, like I said, I'll pick and choose what circles I want to stitch. And I'll probably stitch my circles before I put the lace on because I haven't decided what I want to do with the lace yet. I don't think I want it in one big strip, and I don't think I want it in little patches. So what else is left, Mary? Strips. I don't know if I could strip this out without I'd have to cut a piece. But I could do the blanket stitch. So this is not going to happen all at once. This is going to happen as it happens. But these are fun. I wanted to do slow stitching in 2024, and these are fun projects. So I'm doing the Japanese borel stitch. I'm following K3N Cloth Tales for her weekly prompt page. I'm doing Take a Stitch Tuesday. Their Tuesday stitch, I haven't done it yet. I got to do that too, but it's an easy one. It's a back stitch. And I've just been stitching it on a piece of linen. And so there's three or four stitch projects going there. And I'm doing, Dee Dee says I do too many projects. Well, yeah, maybe I do. But I do what inspires me. And I get inspired. You guys all inspire me. I'm still working on my December daily, but I thought I'd put that away for a little bit because, you know, December, we worked on it in December and it got a little much. I have journals to bind. I want to do at least a few pages in Janet Young's Scavenger Hunt. I collaged my cover the other day, and I opened it up, and it was the cover's upside down to the pages. So I'm going to take the cover off and rebind it. I'm going to snip it off, and it's also very stiff. I don't know what I did with it. It's here. I don't think I put it under here. It's very stiff. When I collaged, I just used wet glue. And I came in here to get something, and I noticed how warped it was. Oh, what did I do with it? I think I put it down here. Did I put it down here? Let me put this up a minute. Did I put it in here? Is this it? No. Is this it? This is it. Let me show you. Get the fabric. I'll come back to that. I had it flat, but it was really warped. It's still a little more warped. But look, I'm going to have to, I put clusters on it after I did my stream. I like this at the back. And this I like, but I don't know if this is plastic. And I'm not sure this is all going to be kosher. And I don't think I can stitch through this. I'd like to be able to stitch through it. So I should have, well, even a composition book with a paper one might have been hard to stitch on. So I'm not happy with this. The wet on it warped it. I don't know if putting it under, and if you try to heat set it, it'll melt it. that straightened it a little. Maybe if I put some heavy books on it, but I'll have to come in and glue some of this. These were clusters, so they weren't glued down in the first place. But look, this is the front. It's upside down. So I'm going to break my stitches and do it the other way because this bothers me. And I'll rebind it. There's more than one way to skin a cat. I don't know if I can get my scissors down in there all the way. Might have to get my knife out. Or I could put a different journal on it and use this as something else. I could put a different cover on my pages because I'm not happy with this. Not happy! So I would not recommend these plastic covered composition books for art journals. I don't like it unless you want to just leave it the way it is. But it would be hard to paint on the plastic. And as you can see, gluing it, well, the back isn't too bad. But it warped. And yeah, I'm not sure I'm happy with it. But that's how you learn. But don't use a plastic one if you do something like this. I don't even know if, I don't think they, well, I don't know how they sell. I'm not going to buy any more of them. Plastic covered. I don't like them. And of course, this will probably loosen all the pages, but I'm going to do pamphlet stitch through them. I think they'll be okay until but I'm not happy with this. I'm happy with my composition. I'm happy with my collage. I'm happy with my work. I just don't like the plastic cover. Notice how I go down rabbit trails? I was drawing circles. I guess I got bored with circles. My conversation led me down the rabbit path here. Let's see. Let's go back up and see what's going on. Walmart helps with high blood pressure the most. Oh, walking. Why, that's all Walmart. How did I turn walking into Walmart? I don't know. See, it's even plastic in here. I don't know if I like this at all. I'm going to have to poke pretty big holes in there. I'll have to get out my awl and make holes in there if I use it again. I'm not convinced that I'm going to use it again because I don't like how it collaged on there. This is okay. Now, I don't know what you're seeing, but I looked at my picture on this and it's got some wrinkles in there. And boy, it just looked like it was raining on her. So this in here is pretty smooth. This got a little warped in there. But thin magazine images with wet glue will warp. But I'm just not convinced with this cover. I like it, but maybe I'll just glue it together here and here. It'll probably not hold it in the long run. I could poke holes in it, get out my crocodile and do the blanket stitch around there and make a folder out of it. I might do that because I like what I did on it and I really like this side, but I don't like the idea of the plastic. It's a fail. I might just get out another composition book and use this as scrap paper. I don't know. Start all over again. Why not? Let's see. Let me go back up to where I left off. They're saying good morning here. Let's see. How will you see them to stitch? How will you see them to stitch? YouTube has done something. I'm not the only mod that said that they can't see their own links. Huh. Arlene says, happy mail. Aunt Beg says she uses a pencil. How will you see them to stitch? Becky is asking. Well, I'm going to stitch on running stitches on this side, and it'll have stitches over there. Yeah. Or even the back stitch. If I do a back stitch on this side, well, it might be little stitches. No, I think just like on my basting stitch on my Japanese borrow, of course, I'm not paying attention to what kind of a stitch I'm doing. What did I do with it? I set it aside. Where did I set it? I wanted to show you the back of that. I don't know where I set the... Where did I set it? Ah! I guess I didn't get it out, did I? What did I do with it? Oh, I'll have to dig it out, but I can see my stitches on my basting stitch on the back. Becky is asking, how will I see my stitch? And you're right, you can't see it on the front. I'm not going to stitch on the front. I'm going to stitch on the back. But I'm going to have to stitch in such a way that it shows a complete circle. So, yeah. I'll have to think about that one, Becky. That's what I was planning anyway. But when you take a stitch on the front, it may look complete on the front, but it'll be a little stitch on the back. But on the basting stitch, we do a little stitch on the front and a long stitch on the back. So I might do the same type of thing on here. I'm not too concerned about it. I do understand what you're saying. I might have to go back and redraw on the front. We'll see. I was going to stitch them with this. And you can see I tatted here. I'm in the middle of playing with my tat. This is just a play piece. And I was going to, I think I'll just end this because I was just playing. This will become a shape in my tatting journal. See, I get sidetracked here. Take this off. That'll go in my bag. Let's try one here. And this is sharp enough to go through. With this, I have to use a pretty large needle. It goes through, but it's not the needle I want. Penelope, what did you do with all your needles? She says, you take them away from me, Mary, because I like to eat them. Oh, here's the Japanese. It was in my lap. Now, this is not neat stitching here because I'm just doing basting. And it's very light. But you can see the stitches over here with my basting stitch. And this is not neat stitching. I didn't pay attention to it because it's all going to get covered up anyway. And if I use a darker thread, if I would have done that in a darker color, you would be able to see my stitches. But now, see, I'm very slapdashery is the term. I'm the very slapdashery fabric artist. Becky would probably go, ah! And a lot of people would probably go, ah! And I don't go, ah. I'm going, oh, this is interesting. Let's see, I wanted to get a different needle out. I'm very much a slapdashery person. I do what inspires me at the time, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, well, I learned something. So let's see. I'm looking for, I think I took most of my needles out of here. I was seeing if I, oh look, I have some safety pins, Becky. I don't know. Let's see what. They're getting caught up in there. These are too small. Hold on, my needle case got stuck underneath my drawer here. Well, I've got 2 needles there, but those aren't the ones I wanted. And these are way too small. Hold on, let me get my needle case out. I want to do an example. Let me get out my needle case that Ruth gave me. I brought it in here. Here it is. Let's get a decent needle here to work with. Maybe this one. That's a little thick. Let's try this one. Becky's going, Meri, I believe you don't know what you're doing. Let's try this one over here. And I could do, you don't have to use just one color. I could mark my circle around here and then turn it around and do it on the other side. There's a lot of ways to do it. Let's pull out a fairly large length. Okay. And I like to start my thread way off into, let's start it way over here. I learned this in when I was doing cross stitch. Well, I've got my pen on it. That thread will catch anything on your desk. It's a magnet. Let me straighten this out. Very first thing you do is knot it up. Now, just because I'm starting my thread over here doesn't mean that I'm going to leave it there. I will take this tail out and stitch it into the end at the end. But let's come into here on this line right there. And let's just come in and make a little knot to start with here. And should I zoom in? You guys can zoom in on if you're on your phone or your tablet, but let me zoom in so those of you who can't see can see better. Oops. Sorry if I'm jiggling my camera. All right, what does that look like to you guys? Okay. So I'm going to do similar to the basting stitch to start out with. I'll probably play with different ways, but I want to make a little knot here. A little knot. A little back stitch knot. So I want a little stitch on the front and a large stitch on the back. So let me turn it so I can get at it better. So kind of like that. And then I'm going to come back into here, kind of like do a little hem stitch type thing. Not hem stitch, feather stitch. come long over here or longer. And then I want another little one. And maybe not go quite as far, about halfway, because I'm going to come back over it again. Let me go in. I wanted to do a little one. Like that. A little one. And then I'm going to come down maybe halfway in there. Now, I may not do this same stitch on all my circles, and I may draw some circles on the front, and on some of these, see, and I might use a different color. But gold is my favorite color, and it's not a perfect feather stitch, but I'm just playing. This really needs to come down. Yeah, more into here, but I wanted to do a little stitch here. And come down more into there. And it you know, you just have to play. That's all I'm doing is playing. Becky says, draw them on the other side, Mary. You do you, Becky. And as I'm sitting at the table here. I don't like to stitch at the table, but I like to stitch in my lap. I can see things better. I can get it up to my nose. Here, I'm not really sure where I'm going in at. Right in there, I guess. Ouch. That is kind of how I'm planning. I might do other things too. Or the other thing I could do, and let me just do that here to show you what I'm talking about. I could just mark on here. Now I'm going to change my method here, and I'm going to go into long stitches on the back here and just mark, do the short and long. Hold on, let me do a little stitch here. And this would be like K3N's basting stitch. But if I mark where my stitches are in one color, I can turn it over. Now I have to be sure I'm on the, I can't see my line here with my lighting. Goes out over this way. Oh, I wanted to come this way and do a little stitch there. And then I'll go to the marking stitches on the back. And the little stitches on the front. That's not a little stitch, Mary. Like that. Ouch. And I'll mark where the circle is, And then I could come around with another thread. I guess I need a smaller needle with a bigger eye. This needle's kind of too big. That's what I want to do. I want to come down this way. And I might be doing this slapdashery. But you know what? That's what makes it fun for me. I'm not, it has to be perfect person. It's just not me. So over here, all you see are little marks. See a little stitch there, a little stitch there. These were the longer where I was doing a stem stitch. And after I mark it all the way around, then I could come and do my stitch around it, which is probably what I'll do because, you know, I might even do something like what K3N showed in her video today. It was a beautiful interpretation of the blanket stitch. Am I out of frame? I'm out of frame. I'm so sorry. I zoomed in and then there. Let me show you this again after I get this done. So I might go in on all these circles that I'm putting, depending on what I'm going to do. On some of these, I may cut fabric circles, and I know I want it in this area. I may stitch it over there, just tack it down, hold it here, tack it on there, my fabric. Let's do one of those too, just as an example after I get this done. All right, I tend to want to go back. You can go forward if you want, but I tend to go back on these. Did I do that one? I did that one. I have to go forward. So this is me playing. Don't try to be perfect, or don't try to even think that I'm perfect, because I'm not. And what I do is not going to be what somebody who's, and I find that quilters who have to be perfect, you know, in order for their work to look nice, they are the more precise ones. And I was laughing at K3N at what she said. I was not laughing at it. I was giggling about it because she was talking about getting stressed out trying to do things haphazardly. I'm going, that doesn't stress me at all. What stresses me is trying to be nice and precise and neat. That's what stresses me, because I'm always making a big old goofy goof. So all I'm doing here is marking my circle. And once you get into the rhythm of doing it, it won't take that long. Once you get into that rhythm, if you're watching TV or watching a movie, your brother has the TV on Price is Right or something, before you know it, you've done half of it, or a fourth of it, or several circles. I'm just about done here doing this. All right, let's go this way. Now, if I flip this over, I can see where my circle's going to be. So I can come back. I started doing the stem stitch in here, or a similar type of stem stitch. I can come in here, or I could come in with a different color of thread. You could do several different type of things. I really wanted to come halfway down, but we'll go in there. And if you pull it tight, you're going to gather it. Don't pull it tight, Mary. The other thing, if you wanted to know, I used that ink pen. You could even use a marker to mark your circles with. I'm not going to stitch this whole thing here because I'm going to take my thread out and let it hang. I'll finish it offline. Let me get out a marker. A marker will soak through, and you'll have marks on the other side that may not wash out, but here again, that does not bother me in the slightest. That doesn't get to me at all because that's the way I roll. Let's see if I can find a decent marker. Oh. I'm looking here. Hold on, I got too many things out here. And those pins. I need to take them out of the package, put them in the drawer. Let's use, I don't know if this will be juicy enough. Let's try one. Let's see if this is juicy enough. I don't know if this one is juicy enough. No, it's not going to work. I want a big marker. Becky says, don't. This is what I'm looking in. I'm looking for a Sharpie marker like that. My sponge fell out that I was using. And this would actually give me the opportunity, whoops, that'll probably show on the other side too, but that's okay. I'll cover it up with lace or something, not to do all of the circles here. So see, now if you want to see your circles, there they are. Let's redo these. So this is all you're doing, Becky. How will you see it on the other side, Mary? You're doing it all wrong. You don't know how many times I say that to myself when I'm working along and I make a mistake. I'll say, Mary, you're doing it all wrong. I'm not going to mark that one because I've already stitched on that. I might take those stitches out and redo them because it's hard for me to see where I'm going at the table. I have to hold things in my hand, get it up to my nose, see where I'm going. In fact, let's do that because I'm very uncomfortable with that thread hanging. I'm going to take all of these out. What? You just put them in. I know, but I'm taking them out. I'm going to do the black stitch around there. I like that better. It's only thread. It's a piece of fabric from Walmart. I got it pretty well knotted. There's where I started. But Mary, I didn't mean that you had to stop what you were doing. Yeah, come on. These little stitches out of here. Probably should use my needle. And for me, this is not, for me, this is an art piece. This is not a sewing project for me. I think for Becky, it's more of a sewing project. Well, it's mixed media. She talked about that yesterday in her stream, how she can mix the love of her art with the love of her sewing. But when I do these type of things, just like when I made that Santa Claus doll, it's not a sewing project for me. I don't see it as sewing. I see it as art. Might have to change my ways, huh? Where is it at here? It's in there. It's I got a little knot in it there. Alrighty. Whoops. Well, did I get them all? No, I still have this one. He's being very stubborn because he's very, very tiny. And you guys aren't seeing what I'm doing because I zoomed. Let me zoom out again. I zoomed way in. You can't see what I'm doing. I'm picking the thread out. Let me zoom out. I'm all off. There. I picked out my stitching because I'm going to put a black circle around it with my marker. That's how I'll see. I'm happy doing this. And maybe I won't cluster these as much. They are still pretty clustered though. We'll skip a couple of these in here and make them a little less clustery. Now I still want the one off of the edge. Put this one over here. Maybe like that. And this was a mistake here on this, and it'll show over there, but by the time you put everything else on it, it will fall into the back. It won't matter. Let's push this one down a little. Now you can stitch away to your heart's content. Oh, it's clustery in here. Let's not do the clusters. Let's move this up in here. I tend to get very scrunched up on this stuff when I'm doing this. It's hard for me to not put a lot of stuff on when I'm doing. I don't mean leave negative space, but when I get to doing it, I tend to do it. Now see, that's a black line from my paint side there. We'll look at this on the other side in a minute. The other side, this is the wrong side of the fabric that I'm drawing on. And this marker will soak through to the other side. I'll see black lines, but they'll fall into the background. I'm not worried about it. In fact, I kind of like them. They go with the black lines that are already on there. See, they kind of, let me just finish what I'm doing. Let's see, that got a little clustery. Let's put this right here. Clusters are okay, but it really isn't where I'm going. Too much. You get too much, Meri. I know. It's me. It's me. Now, I will, when I stitch, I will not be looking at this side. I'll be looking at the other side. So the ink lines that I made here won't matter. The only thing that will matter will be what's over here. After I did this yesterday, I thinned that paint down. I don't like that space in there. I'm gonna cluster it there. Maybe half double there. A overlap on this. After I got done painting, I did not put wax paper down on my desk, and I had that paint soak through all. I had gold paint on everything. I had to clean again. That's going to be a lot of stitching, Meri, but it'll be fast. It'll be fast. It'll be fun. And I don't have to stitch every one. On some of these, I can cut circles out of fabric and put on. So not every one of these circles are going to be stitched. Becky's doing hearts. I think I'll do circles. And you could vary the size of your circles. I'm just using them all this size because that's what I'm doing, but you don't have to make them all. You do you. You do you. Do what makes you happy. That's the whole point of this, being happy. So buttons and lace, I have to figure out my lace. Maybe I could cut some circles out of that lace. I wonder if I could. Might be kind of hard, but that would be pretty to have lace, some lace circles, some fabric circles, some lace circles, some stitching around circles. I might try that. I might try that right here after I get done, see if I can make a circle out of lace. I'd have to draw around it. And then my little scraps from making the circles out of lace, what's in the negative space, I'll have scraps I can put on my stitch roll. and buttons. The circles will certainly go with the buttons. And buttons and lace and circles and what else? I can't remember. What else? Fabric. But my fabrics are going to be circles. I think I'm liking it. And you could even, now I don't have a free-form foot on my machine. You can still do free-form machine stitching. It's easier if you've got the right foot for it, but you could even stitch on your machine around and around and around. And I would probably do that on a smaller piece of fabric. I probably wouldn't try to do it on here. Do it on a small piece of fabric and then cut out your circle and put it in there. You could even do some machine stitching. I might try that a couple. My machine is out on the kitchen island. My brother puts up with me. I took the Christmas tree down. I still have to put the decorations away. They're sitting on the dining room table. Because they all have to be put back in the right box. And the box is upstairs and it's cold up there. I have to go up and get it and it's cold. And I got the tree all down. It's an artificial tree, and when I put it away, I have that plastic wrap that's on the roll, and that's how I store the Christmas tree. I fold the branches back up into a smaller tree and wrap that plastic around it. And the tree comes in 3 segments. I got 2 of them wrapped. I have to do the 3rd one. And then the Santa Claus collection needs to come down, and the angels and the bells, and I've still got undecorating to do, but I didn't get anything done yesterday. It'll be all done by February 1st. Oh. Right, Mary. And the floor is all vacuumed. That tree had pine cones in it, and of course when you move it, I shed had little pine cone droppings all over the place. Had to vacuum all that up. The Christmas village stays up. It's not a huge one. It stays up. We use it as a night light. Yeah, I think I'll draw a couple of these on some fabric, some coordinating fabric, and just small squares, and take it out to my machine and do embroidery stitches. It's a little bit harder to do embroidery stitches in a circle. I might just do straight stitches or the blanket stitch. Or I could stitch like what K3N did in her video this morning. Do a couple of those. I'm just about done here. I got about 1/4 of it left. She's still putting too many circles on it. I'm not following chat while I'm doing this. I want to get this done. I'll come out and look at chat in a minute. See, this is where Becky, if I tried to do this with Becky, what I'm doing now, Becky would have 3 prompt games finished by the time I got my circles all drawn here. I had to hop along Meri yesterday to keep up with her just with what I did. But I liked the prompts. I thought they were really good prompts. I think I'm going to like this when it's done, and that's the important thing. That is the important thing. And this journal that I'm doing this for my stitch journal that I'm doing with K3N Cloth Tails, this is going to be the cover. She already had her cover stitched. So this does not have to be completely done until December, because I'm not going to bind my pages until December, because I don't know what's coming next week and the week after that and the week after that. I don't know how fat my journal will get. I tend to grow fat, even my journaling. So I'm going to wait until December to bind this. And I still want to put together a tatting journal from the class. Not my, I've got a tatting journal that I did for my own exploration of tatting, my very, very, very beginning of last year. I've got that all made. I still have things I want to put in it. But I want to make a tatting journal that and I think what I'm going to do for the class, the online tatting class. And we had our first January class yesterday. And she had an electricity issue with the storms in her area. We were supposed to do it Tuesday. And I'll tell you, if you're interested in tatting, that's a good channel to watch. She was explaining how to flip the stitch with the shuttle. And it made me feel so good when she said, "You should have seen me learning." She said, of course, she said it took me 2 or 3 days, I think she said, to learn how to flip that stitch. And when I finally learned, everybody around me knew about it. And I thought, 2 to 3 days? It's taken me 2 to 3 months to figure that out. It takes a lot of coordination of your hand here, because you have to release the tension on your left hand. And I think that's where I'm going wrong now. You know, I don't use my left hand a whole lot. And when you tat with the shuttle, you actually use both hands. When you're needle tatting, you don't have that movement that you have with your shuttle tatting. And I'm not used to that, so it's a little bit harder for me to get that coordinated. And I'm still struggling with it, but I did meet my goal last year, was to do a ring and a chain. I did a ring and a chain with the shuttle, and that was all. That's the other thing I want to express is when you're learning something new, like tatting, or even drawing or painting, don't get frustrated if it's not perfect. You know, keep working at it. Don't give up if it's not working out. Keep practicing. And my goal is to be a proficient, halfway decent shuttle tatter in 5 years. Well, I can do needle tatting. There's a lot to learn with needle tatting. I'm still learning stuff with that, but I can do basic needle tatting. And it's still, I would still categorize myself as a beginner needle tatter, because there's a lot to learn. You would think, oh, it's only one stitch. Well, it's one stitch a lot of different ways. All right, I think I'm done here. So let me flip flip this and see what's on the other side. And get these pins out of the way. I filled up all my containers over here. I'm going to have to... All right, let me set this over here. And let's flip this over and look at it. See, these are... They're very faded in the background, but I can still see where the circles are. They're very, very faded. And so what I want to try, though, let's try to make a circle out of that lace and see how that will look. Now, lucky for me, I have a lot of lace and I'm still sharing this with other people. But I want to make a circle, and I think I'm going to have to draw around it. And let me grab a sheet, something for background here. And let's see, I don't have to do zillions of them, but let's see how this will work. And I'll have black, but I can stitch around it. And that might be for my lace. And let me reach in my box and get my smaller scissors. Well, you can't see that too well without the... I think this is going to work for me. Have some of my lace as circles. Where did I put my scissors? Over on this side. Or did I put them in the other box? They fall off too. Here they are. Well, these are larger ones, but they're sharper. And not all, you know, I could do some half ones here too to go off on the edge. Let's just do that because I'm going to snip this off. And you guys, I'm not centered. And see, my little lace snippets from here can go in a bag, and I can put them on my slow stitch scroll. Nothing will get wasted. Let's cut here. Come back to that one. And I'll have a little bit of a ragged edge, but I can do stitching around it if I want. And some of the black will show, but it'll just coordinate with the other black. All right, there's that. I'm going to save those little pieces. That could go in my fairy. And we could put it like this and less black will show. I might get better at that. These scissors are pretty big. Let's cut this little half circle or 3/4 of an inch circle. It's a little bit harder to cut circles out of lace. You try it and see. It's not as easy as it looks. And I got black on it, but that's all right. Now let's see where I would want to put these on here. In here someplace. This one could go in here like that. Let's turn it over like that. This one could go here like that. Or I might want to put a fabric or stitched one there. Let's move this one over here. Now let's cut one out of a piece of fabric and see what fabric do I have out. Denim. Should I cut a denim one? That would be fun. Let's reach. Oh, my denim is here. Let's cut one out of that. Now denim, yeah, it's a little harder to stitch through, but wait a minute. I lost my lace piece. It's there. So I got a piece of lace there, a piece of lace here. I could put the denim one over here and stitch on these. Or I could do it different ways. I'll have to think about what I want to do. And I'm just showing examples. I'm not going to do them all here. Let's see where I'm at over here. I'm cutting this out. I'll put that behind me because I'm going to take it out in the other room. So I'm going to concentrate on, like I said, this journal does not have to be done for me until December. So this will be like my Japanese whorl stitching journal. I'll just work on it as I work on it. Becky's making, I think, a beautiful bag out of hers. But I think I'm going to use this for my 2024 cover. And as I see K3N do things, different stitches and things, I might add them on here. Or if pentangles. Now see, this could come in here. It could come that way. And then if I stitch around this lace piece, then I could do just a plain stitch here. And I could put buttons in it. Various pieces. I'll put this one. I had it here. I might change this one to over here, stitch on this one here. So there's different ways. I could even put lace on my denim like that. I like that. I could do a half and half and put it someplace on here like so. I kind of like that too. So this would probably tend, if I do it this way, it'd probably tend and put a button on it would be a cluster. And Becky did mention using clusters. So you do stuff like that. It's probably the way I'll be going with my lace and denim. Because I got a lot of this denim and I've got a lot of the lace. So I'm going to put this away for now. Because you're probably tired of me yowing about it. But I really do like how this is turning out. I do like it. This is me. This is me. Messy Meri. I do like it, Becky. I had fun doing this. In fact, I gave up a day of shopping to do it. I really should go shopping, but I'm going to wait till it gets a little warmer. We've got cold weather warning out. Cold weather warning out. I think it's supposed to get warmer by Saturday, though. There we go. And I think I'll just take these pieces and slip them in there. So that's going to go. I need some more little decorative boxes is what I need. And I cut my little tatting. You could even put tatted pieces on there. Maybe I'll tat some circles. That would be fun. Tat some gold circles out of this gold thread. Oh, Becky, I'm going to tat some circles for this. Let's put this on here to remind me. Doesn't really even have to be circles, just be tatting. All right, let me put this down in my box and get out my, well, I guess I should put this piece with it too. This is going to be a fun project for me, but I got to watch how many projects I start. Dee Dee said she started another one. Yeah, I did. But this really goes with my 2024 stitch journal. This is going to be the cover for it. All right, let me get out my denim pieces here. Because I'm going to pin. Hold the phone. Let me get them out. We're going to pin that last corner. There's my tiny scissors. I found them. And I need the pins. And I'm going to show you that again. What else do I have in here? I have the pages. No, are those my pages? No. I put them in another box. Or these them? No. I think they're in my other box. She's talking to herself down here. All right. This goes down into that box. Those are my stitching on. So let's put this one over here. Something fell. I'm going to have to clean out behind my desk. All right. I want my fabric. And at this point, let me come out and look at chat. This is going to be my Japanese burl inspired. And boy, am I looking forward to doing the, I'm just about done. Move the scraps here. I'm just about done with all the basting. And I cannot wait to do the stitches on this piece. I can't wait. But we need to pin this corner. I need to work on pinning this corner right here. And my camera, let's move my desk up a little. There. All right, let me come out, refresh chat. I'm sure that I missed a lot out there while I was yawn. Let me come out and refresh my chat. Come on, Mary. Well, I can't get out of it. Let me get out of this. Chat. Welcome to everybody that's come in that I've missed saying good morning to. There's Dee Dee. Hi, Dee Dee. My chat filter is not working on here. Let me refresh my whole channel. It's not refreshing for me. I might have to get out my little phone, out of YouTube and back into it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm going to go to my channel and to my live stream. And there's top messages. Now I need to go to my chat filter is not working. Not getting out. I'm sure it's my tablet. Let me just get out my phone. I can hold it in my hand easier anyway. Hold on. Let me just put this. over to the side. All right, I'm coming out eventually. I'm coming out. Let me get rid of all my notifications. Come into my YouTube and go into my channel, my live stream. And there you all are. Go into my channel. Oh, hold it, hold it. Live stream. And there you all are. All right, turn the sound down and go into chat and chat filter, all messages. That all messages was not showing up on my tablet. Probably needs to be, YouTube needs to be refreshed. All messages, there you all are. Arlene did a test. They're saying, hi, do you see your link, Arlene? She's testing a link here to shorts. Marguerite said, I heard that links on shorts are no longer available. Oh, I think that it's, yeah, what they did with the links on the shorts is, I think what they did was moved them from the description box over to, I'm not real sure. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to get mixed up on all that. I don't want to pass along bad information. But I think they're still working. Whenever you hear stuff like this, go test it like what Arlene did. There's my doodle. That's my scissors one. I'm not real proud of it. I was just playing one day. I have two more. I have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then I need to do I want to fill in all of January. I don't know if I'll do the whole year or not. All right. Marguerite says it says it's 3 Celsius, but it doesn't feel that warm. Look, I got black ink all over my hand from doing those circles. Hi, Riri. Good morning, Riri. Good morning, Marguerite. It's good to see you. Brenda says, I just checked the forecast. We only got to 40 yesterday. Today and tomorrow, we are supposed to reach 50, colder on Saturday. Oh, that's different from us. We're going to winter temperature storm warning out in our area. Let's go look at the weather. Let's go look at the weather. I got to check it out. Let's, come on, get to my desktop. Here's my weather. Fog. It's foggy out here where I'm at. Winter storm warning, Thursday, 3 p.m. Central until Friday at 12 p.m. Periods of snow in the afternoon, highs in the mid-teens and lows in the mid-single digits. Now, that isn't what Google told me. Google says it's going to get frigid, but this is weather.com. Today, they're got little snow out there, 15 degrees. It's going to get in the single digit tonight. Tomorrow looks like it's going to be windy, 9 degrees, a -2 on Saturday. Oh my goodness, I thought it was going to get warmer. So it's not going to get warmer till next Tuesday. So I think I'm going to plan a shopping trip next Tuesday. I can make it through the weekend. I'll make me a big old pot of vegetable soup. All right, let's quit talking about the weather. Hi, Roy. Good morning, Roy. Roy says, happy Pancake Thursday, Mary, and a big group hello to all you warm-hearted Ateliers. We're trying to stay warm-hearted. We're trying to stay warm. They're saying good morning to Roy. Dee Dee's here, Marguerite is here, Brenda's here, Riri's here, Arlene is here. Let's see, what else have I missed in my chattering? Arlene did a test. Brenda said, I just checked the forecast. I read that. They're saying hello to Marguerite. She had to go get coffee. Riri, thank you, thank you. Hi, Riri, Marguerite, and Brenda. Becky says, good morning, Becky. I don't know if I still got a Happy Meal. I want to make sure Becky sent this to me. Maybe I'll do that right now. Becky, do I have your attention? I got another Happy Meal, and I knew Becky had another package coming, but I thought it was coming from Dick Blick. I got one from Prime, from Amazon Prime. Did you, Becky, are you out there? Did you send me something? Did you send me, look, somebody sent me some koi tube watercolors. Was this your doing, Becky? Look, I knew I had a part 2 coming from Becky, but I expected it from Dick Blick. Becky sent me these. Look at this. Look at what I have here. Bless your hearts, you guys. You did send me these. Okay. Well, they came from Amazon, and it confused me. So Becky blessed me with tube watercolors. You know what happens when you bless somebody, Becky, like that? Do you know what happens to you? You get blessed back. May not happen right away, but it'll happen. Becky sent me a gripper. She's always sending me stuff. Her and Laura. I'm looking for my box that I got out to put this in. I moved all this paper today and threw fabric over here. Did I throw it on? Now, let me reach. I'm looking for the box that I'm going to put this in. You know, I get this stuff out. I get it out. Here it is. Is that it? No, that's my... Oh, I know what I did with it. I get it out and then I lose it. And this box I had gotten out, a couple years ago. I'd gotten this. It's another book box. And let me fix my chat here so I can see things. And it opens up. Well, lo and behold, who sent me this? Who sent me this? Becky sent me this a couple years ago. Remember this, Becky? And I had started, let me open it up. I had started putting little, look, pans in there. Now, I'm going to take these pans out and put them in another container because I want to use tubes. And I'm going to use, or maybe I'll find me another container, but this, I'd like to keep all these together. When I mix my paint from tubes, I could mix them in a pan and just use them out of half pans, but I think I would like a bigger pan, and I just might mix them right on here. And I'll save these pans for something else, because what's the use of getting tube paint if you fill them in pans? I wanted, the reason that I wanted to do, and see this is 3M squares that go on here. The reason I want to do tube watercolor is I find that when I'm painting, when I want to mix colors, not only do I have to put water on my pans to soften the watercolor, I have to load my brush and move it over to an area, and I've still got a lot on my brush that I can't get off over into this area unless I mix a lot of water and all that, and that dilutes my paint. And then I have to wash out my brush to go get another color to mix. Well, with tube watercolor, you can even take your palette knife. You can even take your palette knife and just get a teeny bit out on your palette knife and you know, clean that off, and then go get another whatever color you're mixing and do it that way. So I think I'm going to be very, very happy with tube watercolor. I haven't done a lot of watercoloring. This is, I've started more. I've got them underneath of this tabletop, flattening out. But I'm going to take these out. I'm not sure that I think I'm going to take all these pans out of here and use them for something else. And I'm going to use this because Becky sent me this a couple years ago. And I put it in there, and I never did fill. See, this box is empty. And I'm going to take these out. I'm going to take these out eventually. I guess I'll have to take them out now. And I'm going to put them in here along with my, and this is going to be my tube watercolor box. Thank you so much for this, Becky. You get blessed in return. It's not going to happen right away. Oh, is this in a, this is in a nice little case. I'm just going to put it like that. And this has the, I might cut this off and put in there. Let's see if I can do that right now. And I'll use the front for something else. Thank you for this, Becky. You just, you didn't need to do this, but thank you so much for doing this. You have blessed me. I hope you get a new car. Becky needs a brand new car. Becky, if you get a new car, what kind of a car would you want? I can't buy you one. Don't count on me getting it for you. Let's see, do I want to save this? Wet on wet. Yeah, I think I want to save this whole back. And I'll use the front for something else. And I'd like to save this information. Maybe I can tear it here. Cut it there and fold it here so that we'll put it on the very bottom. We'll save that for, yeah, we save all this stuff, don't we? We're notorious for saving stuff. Oh no, this is a tag. Maybe I'll sew denim on the other side. Send a postcard to Becky. Becky says, bring it on, Mary. Bring it on. I have some fabric I want to send her. I'm just snipping off the ends here. We'll put that in there too for now. All right, let's throw these away. We don't need these. Well, this would make a nice tag. We'll keep that in my scrap box, my scrap sack. All right, so let's do, she also sent me a set of Winsor Newton. Bless your heart. Bless your heart, Becky. I hope you get your new car. Did Becky tell, she says, the car will be chosen for Scott's needs, not mine. Oh, see, this comes in a little tray too. But I don't think these are made to stay in, I think. I'll have to figure it out. I'm not going to open them now, but I think these snap open and close. I don't know if they'll stay that way. These are shrink wrapped. So once I open this, it's too long for the box. I'm going to have to open it. It's too long for my little box. Let's open it. I'll probably use these later on today. What time is it? It's 6:30 my time. I go until 9 on Thursdays. Is today Thursday? Yeah. So, and what's on the box here? We'll save the back of that box too. Oh, that, now wait a minute. These are these are wrapped. These got a little tray, but they're too long. The tray is too long and they fall out. Let's just put them in here like that. And this will become my watercolor box. Now let me tell you who has a neat watercolor box. Janet M. Young. Have you seen what she did with her watercolor box? She made one for one of the giveaways a couple years ago. Thank you for these, Becky. Now I'll have to get some brushes to fit in here. These I think I can open and close. They look like they snap open and close, so I'm going to leave them like this for now. This I'll probably have to toss. Yeah. We have such much trouble. I have so much trouble throwing stuff away. I'll throw this away. That'll help. But this I think I'm going to keep around. I don't know what I'll do with it. It'll probably get used. Not this. I'm going to cut that one up. Oh my. Let's cut this. Let's say they got the Winsor Newton Cotman watercolor paint set, but then they covered up all the directions. I'm going to get this off of here. Just off of the English. The rest of it is in foreign language. Why couldn't they put that up there? I don't understand people sometimes. They don't understand the user. They could have put that label right up there in that blank spot. No, they had to cover up all the printing over here. Get it off my finger. The first sentence is in English. The rest of it is in foreign language. Let me just tear off so I can read the English. Should make a video of me doing this and send it to them. Why couldn't you put it up above? You only have to move your finger a couple inches. You think you would be creating less frustration for your user. It says, discovered 10 Cotman watercolors made with quality, fine art pigments for color performance. And then they name all the colors down here. And that print, I've got my glasses on and it's still hard to read, but they got the colors down in there. This box could be designed a little bit differently, I have to tell them. But I'm thankful for it. It came from Becky. Let's see, let's cut it here. Oh, look, I can save that. Watercolor tube here. We can do a watercolor fussy cut. Oh, dear me. This will make a nice one, too. I'll cut that out later. I want to open this box up. And I'm going to save the back. Or most of the back. I don't think the entire back will fit on here. In here. And I'll peel at that label offline. Thank you so much for these, Becky. It was so sweet of you to do that. I think you deserve a car of your choice. All right. If I could afford it, I'd send you one. Let's put this under here after this will get all mixed up as I'm working on it, but it still doesn't quite fit. I guess I'm going to have to cut the tab off here. There. Thank you so much, Becky. I might try to do something a little bit later if I have time. I'm all caught up in what I'm doing here. Thank you so much, Becky. I'll probably, this does snap close pretty good, but I'll probably have to put a band around it. I'll buy me an extra palette knife for in there at the thrift store, at the Dollar Tree. All right, let's see what else is going on here. I got out of chat. Let me go into all messages. Brenda says, Riri, we keep all vehicles serviced regularly. My truck runs great and 22 miles per gallon. Over the last few months, it smokes when I start it. We're thinking rebuild the motor. Oh, dear. Not one thing, Gilda, it's another. All right, what else is going on? Marguerite says, YouTube is playing a game, not knowing the rules, and the rules change randomly. They do, Marguerite. YouTube is not, it's very, I don't want to say it's not stable because it is stable, but things change regularly. It's been like that for the 10 years that I've been on it. If it's not one thing, it's another. And I will say though, to credit YouTube, it is a free service. You know, we aren't charged to be on this platform, and we're very fortunate to have it, and it connects us around the world. And, you know, you try to please everybody in all countries. It isn't going to happen. And, you know, they're building the best platform that they can, and it takes time. If any of you, well, I don't know, probably on any job that you work at, I know I was in IT, information technology, and even putting a small change into the system, it has to be tested and retested and tested. You know, and even when you test, you aren't going to catch everything. And that's probably what, with all this messaging, comments, and all that we're having now, they're probably making a change. And, you know, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So it's a lot of work to do a platform like this. And I think we are very, very fortunate that it is free to us. We have the advertising. That's what hopefully pays all their bills. And as content creators, we do not get 100% of our content. We have to share it with YouTube, but we have the ability to go on, put our videos out there, come and meet online. So I, you know, I get crabby at YouTube. I do. But when I think of, we don't have to pay for this. Ustream used to be free, and then they started charging. That was several years ago. They started charging the content creators to be on their platform. Well, pooh, who's going to pay $600 a year to stream when you can come over to YouTube and get it for free? So I don't know. As much as I get confused by what YouTube does, as much as sometimes I vent about it, you have to consider that we're not paying for this service. We're not paying YouTube to be here. So, yeah, that's my vent, not my vent, my podcast for the day. Let's see. Brenda says, I drive my mom and Bo's mom's, I think, car, since neither drive anymore. Mom physically can't, and Bo's mom has dementia and talks about going to see people who have been gone for years. No telling where she'd end up. Yeah, that dementia is a horrible thing, isn't it? My mother had dementia, and we eventually had to put her in a home. She could remember things. My mother could remember things from years back, but she could not remember what state she lived in. I'd tell her, and 2 minutes later that she would want to know where she was again. So, man, it is such a sad thing. Becky says, I have to drive my mother-in-law's van when I take her places, as our car is too low and our truck is too high. I don't use YouTube to make money, so I don't watch any of that. Yeah. I'm not making much money on YouTube anymore. It seemed like my monetization, what I got, my views went way down when they put in shorts. And I'm 6 of one and half a dozen of that, because I think shorts are a good thing. But I noticed when they put in shorts, all my views fell. And okay, that's okay. I'm still here. I'm kind of like Becky's attitude. I'm not here to make tons of money. Some people do YouTube as a business. That's okay too. That's their platform. That's what they want. But I'm not a business. And I've learned some tough lessons about that. I'm here for for the community. Let's put it that way. People have different areas. Now, I don't mind. I'm monetized. I don't mind. I haven't, my last YouTube check, and that wasn't much, was last September, was my last YouTube check. I used to get them every month, but and I noticed I was up to like $78 a few weeks ago. And it seems like the more I stream, I've been putting in a lot of work here in January. The more I stream, the more it falls. It's down to like $56. I don't know why. It seems like the more you stream and the more you do, you should be getting more money. Just a couple more dollars, And I don't feel like digging into that because I'm kind of like Becky. I'm not here to make tons of money. I'm here for the community. I like to share my art. I learn a lot from you guys, and I like to chat and visit with you. Marguerite says she's removing her own comments. She's on her Android old phone. They're talking about what YouTube's doing there. Roy says she's 12 years old. Mary, our granddaughter, is learning to watercolor. I sent you a message with a picture she made for Christmas. Oh, can I go look at it, Roy? Let's see. I'm going to show it, Roy. Oh, wow. Let's zoom in on it. This is, let me stand up so I can see what you guys are seeing. This is the picture that Roy's granddaughter did. That's really nice, Roy. She did an excellent job. Look at that sky. Look at those clouds. Look at that snowman. Isn't he cute? He's got a silly grin and a cute little carrot nose. And what's down there? Is that a bird nest down, or is that the tree trunk? That's a tree trunk. And look at the variation in there. She did a great job, Roy. She did a great job. She's 13. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. Good job. You tell her I said so. Excuse me for a minute. Oh. Let me sanitize my hands, maybe get a little of this black off of them. Let me get the baby wipe out. These are pretty good things. I got them at the thrift store for 50 cents for 2 packages, or 50 cents a piece. Get this black ink off my hand. It's bothering me. I don't know if this will come off. I'll probably have to go out and get the lava soap. It'll come off enough. It's not taking it off. Feels better though. It's got alcohol in it, dries your skin out. All right, let me go back to chat. Tell your granddaughter she did a great job on her snowman. We liked it. This pic will be our Christmas card next year. That's a great idea. Brenda says, Bo drives a 1973 flatbed with gooseneck cattle trailer. Vehicles are like people. They need care and checkups to extend their life. What else is going on? Oh, there's Legia. Legia, am I pronouncing that correct? Legia in October. Welcome. Welcome. Roy is here. Riri's here. Roy's was talking about sharing that snowman picture. Brenda says, Riri, we keep all our vehicles serviced regularly. My truck runs great and 22 miles a gallon. Over the last few months, it smokes. We read that one. Arlene said she needs food and coffee. She'll be back in a bit. Brenda, you must be taking excellent care of that thing. I'm talking about the Brenda's vehicle. Dar, Arlene says, Dar, I had one working in hand. Those little boogers take 2 to open. I have been known to get frustrated and fling the tin. It pops right open when it hits the floor. Oh, 300,000 miles on Brenda's car. A lot of miles. Beck said the car will be chosen for Scott's needs, not mine. Aw. Well, hopefully, he'll pick one that you like. Does he ask you what kind of a car would you like to have, Becky? Maybe we could get something that suits both of us. Isn't that Van Gogh tin nice? Becky got that for me a couple years ago. Marguerite says the safety pins are thicker, therefore more apt to make larger holes in your fabric. Yeah, if you use the large ones, you can get some smaller safety pins, or you can get those little bulb pins. The straight pins I got out of my chat. The straight pins stick you. Let's see, where was I? I was up here and back in top messages. I bumped the chat filter. All messages. Now let's go back up. The car will be chosen for Scott's needs. Dee Dee says, nice, Beck. Yes, what did Becky say? They were both ordered through Amazon. Dick Blick was on Amazon, and Becky ordered both of those watercolor sets for me. Thank you so much, Becky. And that's what Dee Dee said nice for. They're waving hello to Roy. Happy Pancake Day. And I can't go up any further. This is as far as I can go. So let's go down, and I'm just kind of working through what did I do with all of these? Let's pin these. Where are my pins? I just have this last corner will go fast. Let's just start adding some pieces here. Now, this piece I'm going to do slow stitch on and send it back to Tanya. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do, but I'm not going to put this on my cover. And we'll come back to that. Let's get some pieces out, and then I'll arrange them. So this one and this one and this one. And do I have this and this? And we're back to that. One of these can be cut or torn. And I don't think it's that one. We want this one. It's already ripped and torn. All right, it's this one. And let's see, I've got this. I want another of these. Might have to just tear something. There. That should pretty much do it. These are, some of these darker ones here. Now, I want some of these little pieces here already torn for me. Let's get that one out. I have little pieces here. I stopped using the patchy stuff. All right, we'll see where this takes me. I'm debating on that one. And I'm just going to pin. I'm not going to stitch. It doesn't take long to do this. And what I want to show you again, so these are the pieces I got out. On the back here, hold the phone, I'm arranging. I worked out where I'm going to put my journal cover. And when I do pages, my pages don't have to be this wide because I allowed for the spine. My pages are, well, they should be 5.5. This isn't exactly 5.5. It's almost 5.5. So 5.5 by 5.5 is 11 inches. So when I do a double page, when I cut my pages, and in fact, well, no, the pages are gone. I might make paper pages for this journal. She does have paper pages. I might use, because they're pretty thick, they're pretty strong paper, this graph paper. Maybe I'll tea dye some of it and run it through the printer. Run tea dye a page and then run this through, maybe on this side. It's pretty strong paper. It's stronger than copy paper, but it's not as strong as construction paper. It's kind of in that range. But I'd have to cut this down, but that's okay. This is 11 inches. So this would fit pretty good. Let's just fold this in half. This would fit pretty good in here. But I might run it through my printer with some tea dyed on print on there. So I'm going to play with that, but not until. And then the other thing I wanted to do while I have this out, see how I marked this in here? Well, this is going to allow for the overlap when I bind my journal. I allowed 1 inch around here. So when I cut it, I drew a line here. This is ink. The black outer one is ink. So, but I'm going to stitch around that line like I did this. And then when I cut this out, I'll know where to cut. And when I stitch, I'll know to stitch to this point, not to stitch over that, because when I cut this out, I don't want to break my stitches. So whatever I stitch on this side, I'll stop at this point. Well, what I want to do, this is 5.5 wide by 8. Wait, do I have that right? No, 7 3/4, I think. But I'll probably make it shorter. So 7.5, 5.5 by 7.5, because I don't want my page to come clear to the edge. So 5.5 by 7.5, and over here I go clear to 9. Well, what I want to do is make another mark here, and I'm going to do that right now while I'm talking about it. And this will not get washed after. This will just be a journal cover. I'm not worried about it. It was washed before I started stitching on it. But what I want to do here is draw another 1/4 inch around here, because I'm not going to use that marker. I want to use my ink pen. Hold on. What did I do with it? I want to use this pen. What I want to do is mark another 1/4 inch, and I might get my head in the way so I can see where I'm going. Another 1/4 inch here. Can't see with this metal ruler. Right there. And here. And down here at the bottom. And then I'll draw a line here. I moved my glass top up. I'm having to reach. I'm not on my live. Hold on. I'm still reading off my phone on my video. All right. Let me draw a line here. So when I cut I'll cut here first, and then I'll stitch this line. So when I cut a page out of this, I'll cut here. So that this will just, I'll know that when I'm stitching, not to stitch between here and here, because these are going to be cutting lines. I'm just going to leave that area. I could make it go clear to there, but I'm safer leaving a little binding in there. So, and then what did I say? 7.5, which is right here. This is going to be longer than 7.5. I'll still have, and I don't need to mark, well, I guess I do need to mark it here. I'll have a little 1 inch or so strip over here that I can do something with. But what I'm going to do is on this side, I think I can get 2 pages out easy from here to here. 2 journal pages that are going to be burrow stitched, and they'll go in this journal. And 7.5. 7.5. And then I can't get pages out of here. Well, I could maybe if I go this way. No, I think I tried it. And I'm going to make postcards out of the top and the bottom. Let's see, from here to here is 8N. 8N. I can't see for the, let me go down here. 8 3/4. 8 3/4. So let's go 8 3/4 here. 8 and, well, that doesn't look right to me. That's not 8 3/4. 8 and, well, no, that's the half. Stupid ruler, I can't see anything. It's not quite 8 3/4. Let's go back down here. I should be doing this offline. It's 8 3/4. This is not, well, I tore it. It should be on the line, but let's make it 8 3/4 and see what happens. Right in there. Because I've got a crooked eye. Right here. It isn't going to matter too much because it's going to be extra anyway. So, and then I'm just going to bring this line out here. And it doesn't, I don't really even have to measure it up here, because this is all extra. What I'm concerned about is that. So let's bring this down here and just, I could measure 8 3/4. Let's measure it. 8M. Right in there. From here. And this is just kind of guidelines for me, because I don't want to stitch over where I'm going to cut. Because if I stitched over these lines and then cut, then I would break my stitching. So when I'm stitching over here, and I'll know to stop there. And I'm just going to do this one side because this gets a little boring to watch. I'll do the rest of it offline. Yeah, darken this line a little. I'm drawing over my threads. And let's put this line in. And for me, I don't mind marking with my ink pen on this because it's all going to get covered up and I'm not going to wash it. Now, what I want to do, let's turn it the other way. I need to measure. What did I measure? 8 and I got it upside down. I said 8 3/4, so I need another 8 3/4. No, I need 7 1/2. 7 1/2. Right there. So now I want to draw a line down this one. Let's put another 7 1/2. Right about in there. So I know my page is 5 1/2 inches wide, and I know it's 11 inches for a double page. I know this is 11 to here. Let's mark it. I'm going to see if I can get 2 out of here. I'm not sure that I'll be able to. If I can't, I can't. I might make a shorter one. There's 11. And there's 11. Oh, I think I will. And I'll have some left over. And here's 11. However, what I have left over, let's draw a line here because I want a little cutting mark in here. I don't want to stitch over where I'm going to cut when I start doing my decorative stitching on the front. I suppose you could work around that with other stitches over it, but I don't want to fool with that. I want a 1/4 inch here. I can't see the mark because of the lighting. Right here. And right here. I want a cut line in here. And I won't stitch over that where in that gap where I'm going to cut. I'll just stitch to this point and to this point. It's a little off there, but it's okay. And then 11 inches from here to here would be right in there. And I'm going to move that over just a tidbit. Now, let me measure this. So I can't see the lines on my ruler. It's metal and the light's shining on it. Now 11 from 11 over to here, and then a line here, and I'll have a little bit left over, little strips that I can do something with, because I'm going to stitch clear out to the edge. And now, do I want a cutting line there, though? I don't really need one there, but if I stitch, I could stitch this way. Maybe I'll put another one there, just because I want to cut. And I'm just going to eyeball this one. And this will be kind of scrap area around the border. Yeah, I'm getting off. I'll just have a little bit of playtime around here where I'm going to cut in the center of it. And I don't want my stitches to go over that cut line. And Becky says, how will you know? I'll know. I'll know. I'll know. Can you see what I'm doing over here? I don't think you can see. I'm just marking a little 1/4 inch over on the other side. So I'm only going to stitch in the center here. I'm not going to stitch where I'm going to cut. But I'm going to pin. I'll do the other side. I'll do the other side offline. And then I'm going to make postcards, and I'll mark all those off too. I'm going to do pages. I'll get 2 pages here, postcards there, and then 2 more pages over here, and my cover out of here. That will be fun to do. It's going to take me a while, but like I said, this is my slow stitch year. It's slow. So now let's go back, and I got this out of that watercolor box that goes back in there. All right, let's go back and I was going to show you on here what I'm planning to do here. And I was thinking I could stitch it. I think I'm going to write it, because embroidering it, unless I embroider it on a linen or something, I want to put a secret message in here. It might be a quote. It might be something about the piece. It might be the year and documentation. But I'm going to put a piece of fabric in here that I'm either going to write on or stitch on. And just stitching those labels, the community and the balance, that was a job. So for all of this other, I might just write it. I haven't decided, and I'm not going to worry about it. But there'll be another piece over this. And then this is going to be the inside of the journal. And that will be stitched on the backing. I'll probably make it fit the red marks in here to here. And that will be my inside. And between this, another fabric in there, the backing fabric, this tan backing fabric, and the pieces over here, it's going to be a nicely padded piece. I don't think I'll need cardboard or anything. I'll have to see if I want it to be a hard cover or a soft cover. I think a soft cover would be fine. But we'll see. If I do a hard cover, I have to do a spine. I'll have to think about it. I'm not that far yet. It's not a big journal either. 5.5 by 7.5 pages. It's not a big journal. All right. So now I want to go back to this. I'm doing slow stitch in 2024. I'm doing other things too, but no. Was that my cut piece or my good piece? I think that's my good piece. I don't want to cut up my good piece. So I did pretty wide pieces over here, and I did pretty small patchy pieces over here. See, I've got a lot of little patchy pieces in here. This is a galaxy strip that's going to go on the spine. And I don't have all those patchy pieces, little pieces going like that on this side. I think I'm going to, I'm not sure. Let's angle some of this. I feel like angling. And we're just going to start pinning. It won't take me long to do this. And I'll stitch on this probably this afternoon. It's going to get cold out. I'm not going anywhere. And let's see. I think I'm going to put another piece of this over this way somehow. Let me pull it up. Let me pull this back down and pull this up. Where do I want this? Like that? No, that's there. So let's just set that aside for a minute. Set that piece aside. See what I have here. This is kind of wrinkly. Got to see what I have. I have some dark piece. I like that. Yeah. Hold on. Let's get some of this bandana out. So this is Boral inspired. I like when K3N used that term, Boral inspired. I'm not using all denim. I'm using just different colors. I kind of like this in there. Let's cut it that way. What did I do with my big scissors? Did I put them back? Why am I always losing stuff? Well, I'll use these. I'm going to cut it at an angle this way. It's a pretty big angle. We'll have to see if I'm going to use all of that. And I don't like the sharp corners. I square those off because I don't like the pointy points where it's sticking out. So I blunt my corners here. Make them flat like that. I'll save that piece out. I just find that it's easier to stitch a straight line than a triangle. Now, I could put that right in there. I like it there. And let's grab this. Maybe over in here. Maybe not so big. Well, it has to be long. Where does it come off to? It comes way off over to here and to there. So I don't know if I like. I'm going to angle that here. Not the neatest cut. Let's see if I can't do that a little better. For one thing, I can't see what I'm doing. I'm a foot away from my eyes. If you want to know how to get slapdashery, try to do things, cut it in the air. Cut it in the air. Cut it 3 feet away from you. I guarantee you'll get slapdash. That's still slapdash. It's not good at all. Hold on, let me straighten this out. I'm not happy with it. Fold it in half and trim it. Yeah, a quilter would be using a straight edge and a rotary cutter. Got some nice curves there. I'm going to leave them. I like that curvy curve. So let's move this up a little and let that curvy curve take over there. And we want it down this way too. How far down? Pretty far down to there. Do I want that big of a piece? I could put in another piece. I don't want that big of a piece. Let's cut it here. I don't think these scissors are doing a pretty good job for me here. Let's put this piece here, and we'll find another piece. Maybe that dark piece. It's a little too small. What do I want? This. Yeah. In here. Got that cotton on it. Yeah. Slapdashery. I learned that word from K3M this week. It means doing things in a haphazard manner. And that's kind of what this is turning out for. But it turns out for me, I'm always happy with the result. I'm always happy with it. I don't like that. Well, if I bring it down a little though, got to make sure got a nice coverage over everything. Bring this up just a teeny bit more. I kind of like that. Let's go for the pins. Look at that pretty circle. Look at that circle with all the little diamonds across there. And then it's got the paisley in the center and the 2 stars. Right in the center of that bandana. I haven't ruined it yet. All right, let's pin this. And I just kind of do this how I see things. I'm not too worried about the overall effect because I know it's going to be cut up. Just like when you're doing a pick 12, you do things and then when you cut it up, it takes on a whole new look. Takes on a whole new look. And after you get this basted, it'll be much easier to work with. After it's all basted, that's one of the reasons to do basting. I'm going to cover this up with this. Or maybe, no, I think I like it like that. Let's bring it back over here. And I'll trim this off. I'll do it as I'm stitching it. Now, I'm liking that so far. And I've got this piece. It's dark, but that's dark. I was going to put this in here, but it doesn't quite float my boat yet. Let's see what I have. I've got that strip. I could put a strip right there. I kind of like the idea of doing that. Put a strip in there. But I need to put this piece down first. What do I want to use? I don't want to use that. I don't want to use that. I don't want to use that. And I don't want to use the bandana. I'm going to have to use something. Maybe this. In here. Yeah. Let's cut this. So I got thread hanging here off of my pieces. Got to get all the threads out. It's coming off of this. Yeah. Throw these away. So I do think about when I'm putting this stuff down, I do think about it. I think I want it this way. And I need enough to cover up the border there. Maybe I'll put it like this and cut it right there. Does that get everything? All right, let's cut it right here. Make a snip in it. Turn it the other way to cut it. This is a denim. This is denim here. I wouldn't call that a stretchy stretch. That dark blue is a stretchy stretch. Now, I like that fringe. So that's going to go there. And where's my pins? Let's pin it down. Pin this a little better. Because once I pick it up, it will move. You put a pin in here. And one over here. Make sure that I have enough of us overlap on my fabrics. Now this piece, I want to go this way. And I don't like the little white. I don't know if I can rip that off. I don't know if I can cut it off either. When you get it stitched down, it looks like it doesn't look good. See if I can fold it this way and trim that off. Whenever I do this, the trim is usually crooked, but that's okay. I don't mind it. See, it's usually crooked. That's okay. Let's let this go clear across this way. Maybe up to that point. Yeah, right there. I like that. I like it. It could be going more at a diagonal. I like that too. And I might repeat that over. And I don't know if I want to repeat it or not, because like I said, these pieces will be cut apart. Pin under there. I'm liking that. Now, I just got a little bit more left here. I think I want to go for some of this. This is the piece I've been cutting on. And I think I'm going to put that way over here. Right in here. Well, I got some there. I think I'll put it more kind of in the, let's pin that down a little more. I don't want to get it too close to that, and I don't want to get it too close to the other, but I want to put more on it. So it'd be nice to repeat that strip with this. That would be fun to do. Repeat it like so. Let's cut it. How wide? There, I think. Yeah, hold on. I have it. Let's tear it. Tearing is more fun than cutting. I'm thinking I'm going to repeat this diagonal like that. I don't want it to come clear up there though. I'm repeating the diagonal, but I'm not doing, I'm doing it like this, and like that. But do I want it? I don't want it to go across my flower either. This is the upper left corner of my journal. So really, because here's that mark. So I can't repeat it too much in there. My journal, this right in here is the corner of my journal. Let's put that like this. So it is making a triangle. All right, I'll let it do a triangle then, because it makes more sense to me anyway, to my eyes. Let's get these over here before I spill them. And then on my journal, I'll just have a little corner, because here's the corner of my journal. That doesn't make sense. Let me peek on the back. See where I'm at. The corner comes here. Yeah, I guess so, because it's only 7.5 inches. So this is not right up in the corner. It's sort of in the corner. There may be an inch around it. An inch right here. So this really is the corner right in here. Just the tip of a corner there. Just right there. This is a pretty big flower. We'll see how that turns out. I'm not sure. It's already stitched down. It is what it is. So if that's the tip, do I want, I can put it like that. And let's see. I got a feel here. That would be the corner. I would be getting that much of it. I guess I like it. You know, move it up a little, it hits my flower. We're going to do it. We'll see what it looks like in the end. I like it, and then I'll probably break some of this up. We're going to see what it looks like in the end. Whoops, I got that. Now I got to take this out. Says there'll be that much. I kind of like that. I should do that over on all the corners. I should do that. Maybe I will put a corner mark of tape measure. I like that idea. Got inspired. We'll finish this first. I'm not doing such a hot job of pinning these. I'll probably pay for it later. Oh my. I'm going to have to put a new paper on here. I'm off in my own world. I want to welcome you all in. I'm putting together Japanese. I can't wait to get this all basted. I can't wait. I'm trying to decide what color that I want to use. I might use different colors in different sections. But I think Catherine, Cloth Journals, Case 3N, Cloth Tales, I think she used kind of a tannish brown. And I might lend that way. A country blue would look nice on it. I don't think I want a bright color. Maybe a dark maroon red might look nice. A dark maroon red would look real nice. Yeah, this is going to be nice here for the corner. Right in there. So I have to figure out where the corner is over here. It's up further. All right, let's finish what I'm doing, Mary. I get sidetracked. I think we can go for another piece of this in there. Yeah, I think that'll fit. This is that batik. It was a quilter's fabric. I got it at the thrift store, but you can see it's a beautiful batik fabric. It's a beautiful batik. It's as colorful on the back as it is on the front. That's how you know what a nice batik is. And this is a nice one. And even though it has that cotton stuff on it, I still like it. I'm going to put it this way, I think, which means that I have this area. Pull it up a little. How much? Now I got that corner. I'm going to sneeze again. Excuse me. I'll come out and chat after I get this pinned together. And we'll move on. I think I'll do some watercolor. It's only, well, it's 20 till 8. I go until 9. I'm not sure what I'm going to watercolor. I want to play with those watercolors that Becky sent me. I'll have to see what I want to paint. Put another pin in here. Make sure I have enough of a border. Do I have enough? Barely make that in there. I'm going to move it. You need a nice overlap on these. You'll find that out when you stitch it together, when you baste it. I had to redo a piece yesterday because the pieces met, but they just butted up like that, and I like a nice overlap. It makes my pieces more secure. All right. This is hanging down. Here, let's pull it up. So I have 2 spots up here to do yet. Fold this over that way. We have this spot and this spot. So what do I want to use? Denim again. I've got this dark blue. I like that. I could put that right there. I need a part of something under it. I'm going to use these. I'm going to do those corners out of this tape measure fabric. I like the idea of doing that. I have more of this, so it could go down in here. So we're going to put that down there for now. So this, I think I'm going to do more denim. That light colored. Where's the more of this? We could put a big old piece there. I like the fringe. I don't know if I want it that big. guess that's what I'm going to do. Boy, it would be a nightmare to have those pins go over the cliff. I guess I'd have to get me out a magnet to get them all up. I'd have to get a magnet out. All right. I still need something in there. This is not pressed. And it's crinkly wrinkly. I could cut it off though. I like how it breaks it up. I need to cover that up. Let's cut the crinkle off just for the fun of it. I don't like the points. I'm not that good of a stitcher that I can do those points nice. Just square them off. I like that. Maybe make it more even with this one. Now, do I have enough? Yeah, I think so. I'm about done here. I just got a little left. I probably have bored you guys stiff this morning. I probably have bored you stiff. All right. Let's move this up. Uh-oh. I pinned it to my paper. I did. I pinned it right to the desktop, the paper on the back. Got one more spot right in here. This comes across. There's just a little. Let's move this over a little. It's just that little area right there. All right, we got this spot, and I was going to put some more of this, but I'll have to break it up. I was going to put some more of this checked in there. And underneath, I think. Like that. And it comes way up there. But I'll break it. And all right, let's cut it here first. I don't know how far down do I have to go. Not that far. I have to go further on down to here, I think. Let's cut it at an angle. Like that. Oh. I don't know if I could successfully do that. I guess so. Turn it more like. Yeah, I'll put something there. Put it more like that. Pin. I took out a pin, didn't I? Maybe I didn't. Pin this down. Now this can be cut here. There's nothing fast about this for me. I do think about what I'm doing, believe it or not. It's not all haphazard and careless. I give this some thought as I'm working on it. Now I just have that little area, and I could go for a piece like this. Somewhere in here is my corner. I think I turned this around. The corner's down in here someplace. Let's see what I have. I'd like another dark piece is what I'd like. And I think I'm running out of it. What's down here? Let me reach. I have some. This is what I cut my circle out of for my page 2. Look at these big polka dots. And it made a perfect circle, my piece. And I just cut the circle out for my... Well, I'm looking for something to go in there. I want something dark. I got dark velour. I don't know. I didn't use any velour. But it is a pretty soft. It's a pretty soft piece. But this, well, I noticed I used this on my circle. And when I cut it and started stitching it, kind of started shedding. But then it shedded and then it stopped after. I'm not going to use it on here. It's a pretty velour fabric. I don't know where I got it. I got it from someplace. It'd make a nice lining too, for make it thicker in there. But I'm not going to do that. I already chose that other for my... Oh, let me get this folded up. What do I have here? It's huge. Hold on. Hold the phone while I do this. Well, I'm looking for another blue. I'm looking for a darker blue. This is black. I don't want black. I could go for this again. Maybe I will. She's thinking. I'm thinking. Put these pieces back. I think I'm going to go for a little piece of this in here. Just a little piece like so. And I think I'm going to go rectangle. I tend more toward the organic than I do the geometric. I just tend that way. I don't know. Guess we have our likes and our dislikes. I don't dislike geometric, but I'm not really a geometric person. I'm not really a contemporary artist. I don't care for all the abstract geometric contemporary stuff. All right, now I think I have to find out where my stitches are over here. So I feel them. They go right. I'll flip this. Oh, this is the bottom of the journal here. All right, I'm just going to put it there because I need it there. Mary's talking to herself. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. Do I want to do it like that and have this odd piece? Do I want to put it like this and have that odd? I kind of like the oddness. Or do I want to make it shorter? I got odd in there. Or do I want to put it here? Make it shorter, put it over like that. Over angle it more. Like that. That's pretty. That's a lot. Make it shorter, I think. an odd angle in there. Make it like that. Like that. All right, that's the way it's going to get pinned down. I might change my mind later. So that's the last piece that I'm going to pin on, except I want to do the corners because I like the idea of the corner being in here. So let's, I'm afraid I'm going to spill these. I'm going to close it up while I can. I want to, let's put this stuff away. This will all get used eventually someday. Got a lot of cool pieces. That could be a corner, but I think it's a little short. I'll put these back in my box for now because I might want something for some reason. Got little pieces here. All right, these will go back in the box. Now I have to figure out where my corners are. And the way I'm going to do that is flip it over. Oops, I forgot one. This is the piece I'm going to cut out for the corner. These are extra pieces that'll go back. This is my lining. These are extra sticking up here. These all go back in the box. And this is Tanya's piece. All right, the way I'm going to measure out my corners is flip it over. So I want my corners to fit right in here. So this piece almost makes it. So I'm going to leave that one. The corners may be a little off, but what I'm going to do is pin in here so I know where my corners are. So I'm going to put a piece this way on the front. And this will become part of the, this one's already done, but I'm going to put a pin there just for the fun of it to see how much I get of it. Let's see, I kind of coming out to the red line on this. This one may not come clear out to the red line. So let's do the same thing over here. And they may not be exactly the same as far as the size. I'll try to do similar, but and this is just a mark for me. And I could actually cut my pieces while I'm here and then flip it over and put them on. And put it here. That's getting pretty thick in there. What's on that side? Oh, that's the, oh, this one will cover up part of my flower. I'll have to think about that when I get over there. My flower falls right in there on the corner and right up in here. So I could put a little of it on, move it down, and then let the flower come out of the corner. This one, the flower is the flowers in here, I think. All right, so we're going to cut some pieces and see what they look like on the other side. So I want them to go, let's close this up. I want them to go diagonal, and that's what I have here. And it doesn't have to be, because it's all going to get folded in there, but I want a nice edge on it. So kind of like that, and only this much of it will show. But the rest will get pushed into the margin and cut around. So that's a pretty big piece. And maybe I'll cut 3 more of that size. I'm going to mark on it. So I want it to come clear out to the red line. Find a pen. And I'm marking on the right side of the fabric because that's what makes sense to me. I'll cut a little under it. Won't hurt. And that ruler floats. And then this red line is here. But when I cut it, when I actually make the journal, only that much will show because this is all margin. So my plan is to cut 3 of these. We'll see how that turns out. Boy, that goes that way though. Let's see if I can place it again. It goes like, uh-oh, did I do this wrong? It goes like that. So I need to cut here. And if I don't do this right, it'll make nice scrap. I think I'm doing okay though. Cutting, I'm not so great with cutting. But it's going to be okay in the end. And the lines, the tape measure lines may face different directions on the corners, but that's okay with me too. So I want 2 more of these. I'm going to put 1 here. See, that'll go a different direction because I'm going to angle it this way. It's going that way and these are going that way. That's okay with me. And come out just a little more here. And goes down to this mark here. Did I get it? It comes clear up to there. And then along this tape measure line here. So that'll be 1. just going to cut down. All right, so we got 2. We got the third one, the one on there. This one's a little bit longer, but that's okay. We'll work with it. And now I just need one more. I'm going to do it in here. I think I'll do it like that. Or I could put it on the line, and easier to measure it on the line, but I get a do it like this. So I only have to cut one line. Mary says, okay. I'm sorry, you guys, if I'm not chatting. I'll be out to chat in a minute. I'm figuring this stuff out. This is what happens when you watch an art stream online. The artist gets involved in what they're doing. Yep. And they go into their zone and they may never come out. They may never come out. And I'm probably making a quilter just shivers down their spine. Because I'm not a quilter, and I should really be using a rotary cutter for all of this, and a ruler, and you know, you can do this stuff a lot neater, but I'm slapdashed. I'm slapdash. All right, these pieces are going to go back in my box, because I may need them for something. And now I'm going to turn this over. I've already got pins in there to tell me where. Actually, I've got one here. Let's put one right there to tell me. Well, this one's actually done. We need it in here. That one's done. Let's flip. Let's do this one over here. Let's put this pin. There and here. So I know where my triangle is. And I kind of know where my triangle is there. This one needs to come here. Come down at the bottom. There. And using my left hand there. And this one comes up into lines in here someplace. Oh, this is where that flower is. I'm going to have to work with that one. All right, so now I'm going to turn this over. And let's go to the one that's already there. I'm missing a pin in here. I didn't get that all pinned down. Oh, this was where I was putting that little square. I got an M there. Let me move this down. I don't think that's where my corner is. I just pinning this down because it was floppy. That's good. Now I need to find my corners. I know one is here, so the other one is in here. Right here. Right in there. So the corner is right there. So I'm going to take this piece and I know my corner's there. I think let's take this one. Goes like that. Now, do I want it that long? Well, this is all going to be cut anyway. Let's pin this down and then I'll flip it over and show you. Oh, I'm pulling the wrong pin. Meri's thinking to herself here. I don't like how this fits on here, but it's all going to be cut off. Let's see, the edge of this is going to be running into that. I could put some blue behind that. I've already stitched this part down. I don't like that, but it's going to be cut. It's going to be cut on this line right here anyway. And this will all fall into the margin. I think I'll leave it. If I don't like it, I can take it out. I'll think twice before I could. Let's see, the corner's right there. I need that. I'd like to put blue there. I'd like to put a blue strip right there and there. And I might get out some of that blue bandana and put a strip there and a strip there just to mark off my corner. But for right now, I'm just going to pin this down. And we'll take the pins off the bottom after I get this pin down off the back. Right there. And right here. Now I'm going to flip this. And I'm going to take these pins out. Too many pins. And I got another one in here. I guess not. I just have that. And truthfully, I do think I need a blue. And I think I'll put it on there. I think I'll do it now. Because I don't like it like that. I'm going to mark off a corner. And I don't have to. We'll see what happens. Get out that bandana fabric. I'm going to do it out of bandana fabric. And I'm just going to put strips. How wide do I want them? About an inch, inch and a half, 2 inches. And I rip right down in there. So it will mark off. My thread is right here. I'll put that pin on the thread, the red thread. The red thread is right there. To mark it so I know where it's at. I'll change this in a minute. So my red thread is right there, and right here. Ooh, I can't even go through it. Right there. So I want my strip to come here. Do I want that big of a strip? I think I do. Maybe bring it down just a little. And I'm going to end it. I'm going to cut this part. We're going to cut that point off. We're going to end it right here. And we're going to cut this off. All right. Bring that up a little. And this will be marking off my corner. And I'll have to take that pin out of there from the back. Look, it's got a star there. Probably get cut off. Now the other strip will come in here. Do it this way. So see, it marks off my corner. Could do the star in there to here. Let's grab that pin. Wherever it's at. Oh, it's right here. Move it up a little. And I think I'm happy with this, marking off the corners, because most of this will be over in here, will be page or postcard. But now I need to do this one. It's going to be a little harder because the corner comes right there. Well, maybe not that hard. It comes right there. It just catches a little of the flower there. I think it catches more of it. No, I think it's going to be fine. In fact, I could make that. Well, I have to put the, what did I do with the, well, here's one of them. The other one's around here someplace here. I have to put this on the corner. So it goes right in here. And it's just going to catch a little of it. I could lower it, but I think I like the idea of it peeking out of the corner, the flower. I could, this is just stitched down. I could snip those stitches and let it go over the corner. I think I'll do that. I'll restitch this. Meri's off in her world. I'm sorry, I'm off in my world. I'm going to do these corners and then I'm going to quit on this. I put the basting stitches in here. Let me snip them out. And I'll redo the basting stitches. Enough to flip this up. This is not a mistake. This is revamping. Revamping. I want to put that corner in here and I want my flower to pop over the corner. Is that enough? I might have to do it a little bit more. Boy, if you don't think these basting stitches hold, you're wrong. They hold pretty good. Get it out. It's right in here. Now, my corner, I've already got that there, but I think that'll be covered up. My corner will come in here underneath of this flower. Right to there, I think, is the corner. Let me look. Yeah, this head is right at the corner there, and I can feel the head. So I want this to come down in here, like so. And I didn't need to stitch that, it's fine. Let's make sure I got it down far enough. Yeah, I think I do. That's already stitched down. I don't like how that's going to cover that up. All right, we're going to try it right there. Let's see my ruler here. I think I didn't need to break that basting stitch. I think I was fine. Oh well, I'll baste it back. Let's put a pin in here. I got that peeking out. Can I snip that? It's got a basting stitch there. Cover it up the best I can. Trim that fringe. There. All right. I'm happy with this because it's going to make nice corners on the journal, and you can kind of see where the journal is going to be. Let's see. Let's do the... I don't think these are quite long enough. Let's tear a couple more. And I guess I'm going to have to tear into my beautiful circle. Oh, well. Oh, well. Let's do a couple of them. So we'll need 3 more, I think. I'm working on my Japanese inspired borrowed journal cover. And I can't wait to get this all basted. I can't wait because it's going to be fun to do the stitches. I loved what Catherine, her name's Catherine Chambers. She's K3 and Cloth Tales. I love what she did with that blanket stitch. Now, where's that short one I had? That could actually go up here. But I need to make sure that it's going in the right spot here. Now, let's do the short one first. Where did I throw it? Right in. Right in here. Right there. I like that. I could actually have a whole strip going down there, but I'm going to cut in there anyway, so I really could have the whole strip coming from here to here. I didn't think of that. Well, I could do it on the other side, but I like it like this too. And let's cut. This has got just a little peeking out here. I could slant that, and that's going to be on the cover. I might break my stitch here. In fact, I'm going to, because I don't like just a little peeking out. It looks like a mistake. So, hey, I'll stitch it back. Break my basting stitch in here. And This is going to come down this way. Let's trim this corner off. Let's trim this off. Like so. It's going to get covered up. So this is going to come here. That's going to come. Would it look better the other way? I think it might. In here. Now, find out where my basting stitch, my red stitch ends right in there. And the head of that pin is right there. So let's bring this, well, let's bring this one. No, the head is right here. So this one's got to here. That one's got to come down a little. Shall I slant that? Doesn't make any difference. No, I'm not going to slant it. I'm going to make it go clear out to here. I'm going to move this one down a little. Right there. Actually, I'm going to move it down a little more because I want these two to overlap. Kind of make these on the same line. Divide my ruler straight. Straighter. Right there. What did I do with that pen? And then let's smooth this one over a teensy bit. Right in there. Right there. And I'll baste all of this down. I'm liking that. I'm liking that a lot. I should also mark my spine. My spine falls right in here. And I want to put that piece of galaxy fabric. I got one little strip of galaxy fabric. Now, what is this? This is covering up this spot in here. I think I'll move it down just a little. I'm so sorry that I'm not following chat. I'll come out and look when I get this all pinned together. I want to do these corners. And then I can sit this afternoon when I can't go out and do anything. But can you see where my journal cover is going? Can you see where it's going across here? I might have to move this down a little bit more. Well, it's not going to matter, but I might just have a narrow strip there when I cut. So I'll measure that when I start stitching. I'm not going to fool with it now. I just calling my attention to it that it's probably right on the line. Yeah, the cutting line is right there. So if I stitch here and cut there, I'll just have a little piece. So if we move it up, this is my spine. I don't like that. Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. I like this better. Let's put it that way. Do I like it going into here? Not really. But we're going to leave it there for now. I want to move on. My pen isn't going through that denim. I might have to come up just a little bit more, but I'm going to leave it for now. I don't want just a little strip, excuse me, showing because it will. All right, let's go over here and do these. Wherever they floated off to, it's hard to see where they are. Where's my other triangles? Where'd they float off to? Here's one. I should have another one. Well, let's do this one. I lose things awful easy on my desk. I don't know what happened to the other one. I don't see it. Oh, is this it? No, that's needs to be trimmed. I don't know what I did with the other one. Put another pin in here before I lose that. Probably knocked it off on the floor. I don't see it down there. I'll have to cut another one. Maybe I'll cut it before maybe I folded it up in the piece when I put it away. Hold on, I can't pin this one down until I find the other one. Yeah. Maybe I folded it up in here. We'll cut one. I don't mind cutting another one. It's just scrap. What did I do with it? All right. Where is it? Here. I got to cut another one. Oh, is this it? No, that's the little pieces. All right. I want to cut one because if I'll have to do all the measuring and everything if I don't. This is too small. I don't know what I did with it. It's here someplace. It's probably hiding from me. All right, let's cut it. Where? I've got that fold there. Let's cut it on this side. Let's cut it without, I'm just going to cut it without marking it. Bring it down. To there. I'll find it after I pick everything up. This is why you buy extra fabric when you buy your fabric, especially if you're sewing a garment, which I don't do. I buy my garments at the thrift store. Oh, Mary, Mary, Mary. I used to buy really nice clothing, but hey, your body changes, your lifestyle changes. I'm not going to spend $500 on an outfit. To some people, that's cheap. All those rich people that live on the other side of from me. They live a whole different life than I do. All right. So now I have my strip here. I have my strip here. I have another strip someplace. I need to pin this down, this corner. So what I want to do is come from this corner over to this corner. And I might have to take out a few of these pins that I've already put in here to make it, put it up here for now. So where's my ruler? I want to come from here over to, I think the head. Where did I mark the head? Here. Does that make sense? Let me see where the corner is. I don't think I marked it. I want to come over to the red line. Right in here. Ouch. Right there. Put my head at the red line. So the head is, where did I put it? Right here. So it comes from there to there. Unpin this because it's already, well, you know, I already have this piece on there. That's why I didn't mark it. All I have to do on this corner is the blue, because this already makes that's why I didn't have another one. It's because I already had this one done. I didn't need to cut another one. All right, so this comes in here. So we're going to mark this with this right in there for now. I might move it. In fact, I'd probably move this over a little, so I don't like that. How far? I'll have to bring that one down further. Move this over a little more. Get in there. So let me bring this down and make sure I have these even in here. So this is even across this way. And this goes clear out to here, I believe. Let me see what's on the other side. I have to flip my fabric. So the corner is down to here. The red ends right there, right there. So my blue strip has to come clear down to here. So I'm going to go from here up to here, and that'll make a corner. And I might straighten this out a little more. Doesn't look straight to me. And I like that, so I'm going to snip. I could let this go all the way down, but I'm not. I'm going to snip it. Well, I'm covering up this piece, so let's snip it right here. That will probably all get covered up in there, but that's okay. I'm going to snip this right here. Now, which one was it? This one? I think it was. I have to come there and over. This is kind of an afterthought with these corners. I really didn't plan it out this way. It just happened this morning. So I'm kind of feeling my way through this. I might change this piece. It's just pinned in there. Although if I stitch it, I do kind of like it there. I guess I'll leave it. Let's pull this pin out. I don't like this area in here. Can I bring this? I don't want to bring it down too far. I don't like that. I might change that piece. Mary's thinking how she wants this arranged. Ouch. I don't like that little piece right there. So what I'm going to do is change this strip. In like that. Much better. And this will all get basted. I'm going to work on it this afternoon, I think. I'm just about done here. I hope I'm not boring, folks, because I'm not chatting. I like that. I like that because, yeah, I get that little piece of tape measure fabric there, which kind of matches that, but this will go on the, this will be the corner of the journal. This will flip on the inside. So now let's do the last one. Of course, I lost my pieces again here. I didn't have to cut an extra piece because I forgot that this one was already there. That's why I didn't have, I couldn't find my other piece. So now we just have this one to do. And I thought I marked it, but I guess I didn't. It should be in here. I might have lost the pins. Or it's the marking right in here. I guess I didn't mark the corner. I'm going to mark the corner right there. Put the head at the very corner. Right there. And this side is marked. And then this over here. So I can feel where the head is right there. So I want this to come in here, and that's pretty big. Well, let me move this, straighten this out. What I don't like is that, but that's going to be okay. That's the way it falls. It's kind of interesting. This comes that way and that goes that way. Kind of interesting. So now I need a blue strip. Let's go ahead and pin this down. My head is right here. Last one, I promise. And it could come over a little this way. Is it going to be okay this way? I think so. So let's pin it right here, if I can. For now, until I get the blue strip on. Pin it here. And let's do the bottom blue strip. Where's my blue strip? That one's up there. I had it in my hand just a minute ago. Here's one. I thought I had another one. Might have to tear one. That one goes up here. I lose things. It all starts looking the same to me. Everything looks the same. I might have to cut me a little blue strip here. So I only find one. Where's my fabric? Did I throw it down? I threw my blue strip away. Okay, comes like this. I'm just pinning these corners. I want corners there. So let's put this one in here, make it match that one. We can leave a little in there. Let's use my ruler. It's pretty straight, even with it. Let's pin this, pull this pin out, pin it right in there. And this will come way down. I might have to snip it off a little, or I might just leave it. And then this will come over here. Now I'm going to snip it off. I don't like it. Don't like it so long. Now my spine falls off on here, so I don't want this going. Let's see, where does the spine fall? Where's my other? Oh, the spine is over in here. I should mark the spine too, but I get so many markings that my spine falls right in here. Right in there is my spine. So I just didn't want this to fall too far into things. Now I think this needs to come up just a little. Now up a little. Yeah, that's a nice corner. I'm happy with it. Now let's cut it off here. I got a little strip left. And I think that'll be that. I think I'm happy with it. When I get it all stitched, it'll be so much easier. When I get it all basted, it'll be so much easier to handle. I cannot wait to do the stitches. I'm going to have to see what kind of thread I can use. I don't want to go with a white thread. The only other thread that I have in bulk, I'll have to see. I don't know if I bought bulky brown, but like where I marked off my journal, I don't have to do my journal in the same color as I'm doing the other pages. I can switch colors of thread. So I'll probably have enough thread. I'm going to use crochet thread. Okay, let's flip this over and take out these pins on the back because they're going to bother me if I don't. Let's take these pins out. I don't need them anymore. They were just marking where my corners were. All right. I need the ones on the front. I'll leave those in there. So, let me review things here. Put these pins down below, out of my way so I don't spill them. I don't need this. I have some scraps left over. They'll go in my scrap box, or I might put them someplace. So my book is going to be right in there, my journal. This area is going to be a spine. This is going to go on the spine, this little piece of galaxy fabric. I'm going to put it here temporary. But that will go, this is the spine, and it's a 2.5-inch spine in there. and you can kind of get an idea where the journal cover is going to be right in here. I don't really like that. Is that pin? That's already stitched. That's already stitched. I might cover this up. I don't really like a little, because if it comes like that, it'll just be a little blue triangle there. The rest of it looks okay. I don't care for that little overlap. I might take this out. I might pick out my stitch and baste it down in there because I think there's enough fabric under it. We'll see. But I don't like that. But yeah, there it is. Wait, you guys aren't seeing it all. Let me pull it up and over. There. So this marks off the corners here and here. It's crooked now because I moved it. In there, over there, and there. I'm pretty happy with this. I can't wait to do the stitching on it. I can't wait to do the stitching. What time is it? I need to come out. It's 10 till 9. This is a good stopping point. I might just leave this as my thumbnail. Whew! That was a lot of work. I probably bored the bejeebies out of you guys. Let me go down to, let me refresh my chat. I probably bored the bejeebies out, but I'm happy. Jen was in here. Roy said, big mistake. I relocated one small bookcase down in the rabbit hole. I fell. Now I need a designer and some muslin to put this catastrophe in some kind of an organization. Roy went down the rabbit hole. Let me, I pinned, that's my pinned message there. I pinned I had Arlene give a link to Becky's fabric painting video from yesterday. And we worked on that earlier this morning. I'm going to be cutting lace circles and stitching circles and cutting fabric circles. That's what I'm going to do next on that. But here again, I'm not worried about getting that done in 1 week or so. I'm going to be working on that piece all year because it's going to be the journal cover for my, what I'm doing for K3N, my weekly journal for there. So it doesn't have to be done until December. So I'm just going to be slow stitching on these pieces. Let's see what else is going on here. Let me go to my chat filter and set it to all messages. Joyce says, hi, Leah, I got my happy mail. Thank you so much. I may put it on the material that Becky is doing. So it sounds like Leah sent Joyce some happy mail. I got happy mail from Becky. She gave me that watercolor set. I am so happy. I broke it out this morning. We shared that today. Yeah, koi and koi watercolors in the tube. And Becky sent this to me a couple years ago. And I never got the little pans filled. But I'm going to take them out of the pan and the pans out of the deal. And I'm just going to use this as a mixing for my tube watercolors. Yep, Becky blessed me with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And there's 12 here, 24 watercolors. I can't wait to play with these. I was going to play with them today, but I got involved in this piece here. But thank you so much, Becky. Thank you so much for that. You're going to get blessed one of these days. I'll wait till I'm going to be watching Becky, and I wish I could buy her a new car. Let's see. I think Becky probably went on with her day. Dar is here. Oh, she said Kitty Jen had to leave. They're saying bye to Jen. Here's where Becky said she had to leave. She says, I will message Meri later. I got to go start her laundry. Uh-oh, I missed Becky. Meri, hopefully you will still be able to see the conversation from earlier. I never buy extra fabric, Becky says. Pattern companies always overestimate the fabric you actually need. Oh, that's interesting. That is an interesting point. They probably overestimate fabric in case you make a mistake, or, you know, maybe you want to make it bigger, or they give you a little extra leeway. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Karen K was here. I missed her. If you're out there, Karen, hello. She says, good morning from under the covers. I can't see the chat. The conversation earlier, I missed what Becky said. Lucia says, Mary, I started my second prompt for K3N's journal. I'm going to do Becky's fabric paint prompts this weekend. So it's so good to see Lucia back, isn't it? Isn't it good to see Lucia back in the groups? Yeah. Lucia is a quilter, and Lucia does a lot with fabric, so we're doing something that is drawing Lucia back into our group. Yay! Let's see. That's adorable, Jen. I live when our pets. Oh, I love when our pets make us smile. Jen said, my cats are holding the comforter in his mouth like he's waiting for me to go back to sleep. Like things are way too early to be up. Brenda says, shower, dress, socks, shoes. I'm ready to go out the door and get a start on my next 100,000 miles. Only 983,000 more miles to go to reach 400,000. Oh, Brenda, she's funny. Lucia says she was listening while she was getting ready to work. She says, that first sip of coffee in the morning. Nothing's better. I had coffee at 3:30 this morning, or maybe 3:45 by the time I got up. Here's where Lucia came in. Rory says, Grr, I just got off the phone with BP gas card. Agent was so condescending, talking to me as if I were a child. I consider myself tech savvy. Well, you are, Roy. And hubby was a programmer analyst. Yeah. He's talking down to you. I got off my red dot there. Talking down to you. Think he's smarter. Mary, you need to show both your slow stitching projects side by side. Oh, are you talking? I wonder if she was talking about the pages. Well, I can't show my pages side by side unless I show photographs, because one's on the front and one's on the back. I don't know whether she's talking about my pages that I'm doing with the journal pages with K3N. She's doing a journal page every week, or she's talking about the covers. I'll find. She sent me a message. Let's see, today's Thursday. I plan on being on tomorrow morning, so we'll take care of that tomorrow morning. I think that's what Becky was messaging me about. The amber sponged. That was her one piece. Let's see. Let's see what they're talking about. Marguerite says, I'm concerned because she has to heat set the paint. And how will that affect the ink she is using now? Well, the ink that I used on that piece, what did I do with it? Let's get the other piece out. I put it over here someplace. Here. No, where did I put Becky's piece now? See, I throw things behind me while I'm working, and you know how things go. Where did it go to? Over here? Is this it? Oh, I don't think that's it. That's my terrible journal. No, that's not even my journal. What did I do with Becky's cover? I can't show it to you because I can't find it. We'll look at it tomorrow. We'll show these. I'll show this one tomorrow. I'm going to stitch on it all day. I don't want to spend too much time hunting for that other piece. I don't know what I did with it. It should be right here. It should be right here. I worked on it this morning, but I can't find it, and it's almost time to go. What's this? Woohoo! Bonus is complete. Let me go back in. Mary got a bonus. She's not used paint on this one. Yeah, no, I did not use paint on this one. I think they're talking about my covers. On Becky's, I used a fabric paint, and I did draw with ink on it. But even if that ink, I'm going to heat set, but even if that first ink, I used this little water-soluble pen when I was drawing really light, and then I changed to a permanent pen, the heat set will not, nor it won't affect this, and it won't affect the permanent marker. Water will affect this. But even if I get this water on it, which I'm not planning, it might smear it as I work, but it will smear it on the back, and I really don't care. Even if it soaks through to the front, it'll just be more in the background. It'll be another prompt. Use water-soluble ink on your fabric. I wish I could find that piece. I had it here this morning, and I was working happily on it. But you know, I set things down as I move on, and then I can't find them again. It should be right here. It just bugs me to no end. Oh, did I put it in the box? I might have put it in the box. I did. Did I? Did I put that in the box here and then throw paper? Let me get out my box. Let me see. I might have put it in the box to work on it. Yeah, here it is. Do I have time? Am I running out of time? I forget what I do because I go at such a pace when I'm streaming. Now, where's my phone? Here's the lace and the circles that I'm going to put on it. So this is, I turn my phone off. I got 1 minute to show you guys this. This is the journal cover. This is Japanese Boros inspired. This I'm doing with K3N cloth tails. This is going to have stitching on here. You should just see what she's done. It's beautiful. This I've done with Becky yesterday from her prompt game. And what I did, this is the front of it. I drew on the back. I also used that GAC 900 on my paint, and you have to heat set that to, and I'm just gonna iron it, but I don't think the iron will affect the ink. I think it'll be fine. And what I'm going to do on this, you can kind of see the circles in here. Where'd I put them now? I had the lace circles. Well, they're gone. I get stuff all thrown around here. This, let's put these side by side. I think this is what Becky was talking about. This is going to become a journal cover. I think, let's fold this in half, but I think I'm going to use the lower half because the sponge marks are a little less dense. Let's put it this way. In fact, this would make a nice thumbnail. Becky had a good suggestion. Becky has good suggestions all the way around, doesn't she? All right, we'll put it like this. So these are two separate journals. What I have here, I'm going to cut out some fabric circles because that's fabric pieces are, fabric swatches is a prompt. And then I'm going to put some lace circles on here, and I'm going to stitch some circles. So I'll do these sporadically, like this might be a stitch one, that might be a fabric, there might be another fabric. And then I think I'm going to put some tatting on it because I like to tat. Now this is not done, but this does, when you do just rings and chains, it goes pretty fast when you're tatting. And I would love to do some tatting, especially on what I measure out for the journal cover. So yeah, there we go. And these will probably be stitched on. I might do some of K3N's, what she did with the blanket stitch. K3N cloth tails, you'll want to follow her. And I think I'm probably over my time by a minute, 2 minutes. So I've got to sign off. I want to thank everybody for coming in. This is Thursday. I don't think Lisa and Tanya, I saw Lisa's comment that Tanya's mother is ill and Tanya's kind of taking care of her. Keep them in your prayers. I don't think they're going to be on this afternoon, but Colleen and I'll just keep chattering here. This is Thursday. So Colleen and Kathy Berg and Paint Girly at 9 a.m. Eastern. She might be on now. Thursday, Kathy Arbor at 1 p.m. on Thursday. Kathy Arbor, you want to watch her. I need to get watching people more often. Stacy comes on at 10 a.m. Eastern every day. Who else am I missing here? I think that's it that I have. Oh, Beth Schuler. Beth Schuler comes on at 6. So have a great day, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and sign off. I guess I'll leave it right there. Maybe I'll put that lace piece over it. Have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 4:30 in the morning. That's going to be my time, 4:30 in the morning. So have a great day. Go do some slow stitching. I challenge you. Go watch K3N Cloth Tales. She did a wonderful interpretation of the blanket stitch. Also take some time and watch Becky's yesterday video. It's pinned up in the chat. Becky's is. It's we painted fabric yesterday. She did a pick 10. Bye, everybody. Have a great day.